yeto aleidara ya mwira ndodo ya manyama otendaka nokoga
Mama mazuri kweli kweli. That is Bunyore Superstars. Na pia mtakuwa mnajiandaa kutupatia kibao kingine, lakini baada ya wimbo wa taifa maombi pia nitawaita. Sasa mtajua ni wimbo upi ambao mtatuchezea wakati Mheshimiwa Gavana pamoja na wageni wake wako hapa nasi. Pia nitawasihi mtaendelea kutupatia burudani. Just an announcement to inform you that we are live on our social media platforms. That is the County Government of Vihiga on Facebook. We also have His Excellency the Governor's page where we are broadcasting live this function. Wilbur Hasilwa Otichilo. Na pia you can share with your friends, colleagues, just to get a feel of what's happening here at Sosa Cottages in Vihiga County, where it's a new dawn, a very, very wonderful moment where we are launching our agro-ecology policy, and Vihiga becomes the second county in the country, just after Muranga, to have such a policy. Once again, let's give a round of applause to Vihiga County, please. Very well, very well. And I'll be coordinating this program together with my friend, our sub-county administrator, Mr. Kai, will be joining me shortly to, coordinate and ensure that all the protocols and the program is well done. And therefore, anytime from now, I'm informed that His Excellency the Governor will be joining us together with his guests. We have various partners on board, and many thanks our partners. I'll be mentioning them later for making this day a success. Without you, we wouldn't be here. It's been a journey. It's a journey that began 2019 up to this moment, and therefore we really feel humbled and honored to have been, enabled to have this day through our partners. And therefore, naomba Bunyore Superstars tafadhali mtaendelea kutupatia kibao maburudani. And kabla Bunyore Superstars, worth to note is also the technical working group that tirelessly worked around the clock. They toiled, they moiled to ensure that we have this policy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our technical working group. I'll be introducing them later on during the function. At least you get to know who was among the technical working group. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, Bunyore Superstars, uwanjani wenu.
Wa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kilianza kusababisha chocha. Ni mkubwa wa ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho mulokuwa mwasida isida chekuobana ikimanyanga icho cha muziki
Igome, machiketwa, igome, kirakirako, igome, acharon, iwasi, kirabogose, igome, bakudaku, igome, bakudaku, igome, machiketwa, igome, kirakirako, igome, iwasi, 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 iwasi.
Very well, many thanks. Bunyore Superstars. Those who are outside to kindly come in the tent, please. Wala ambao mko nje, tafadhali muingie kwenye hema. And once again, I request you to kindly move on the seat in front of you, apart from these 2 rows, please. And the 3rd one. Apart from the 3 rows, Joshua, please help us so that we can have people move. Yes, they are reserved. The first 3 rows are reserved, please. Tafadhali songa kwa kiti ambacho kiko mbele yako. Pale tafadhali, naomba tafadhali tuweze kusonga. Heshima na taadhima.
So this side has been occupied only the people not there.
Naomba tafadhali tuweze kusonga katika vita ambavyo havina nafasi mbele yako. The 1, 2, 3 that are reserved, please. Across board. Wale ambao mko nje, naomba tafadhali muweze kuingia ili tuweze kuanza hafla yetu ya siku ya leo. Those outside, please, I beseech you to join us so that we can begin our ceremony. His Excellency, the Governor, is just about to join us, and therefore it will be prudent for him to join us when we are seated. And also a reminder that we have our exhibition booths out there. I have seen variety of, products from Viga County. Besides the indigenous maize, I've also seen the indigenous vegetables. I can see sugarcane. And also I can see mushrooms. Dried mushrooms. I'm told you have a media interview out there, and therefore we can just give them a few minutes to conduct their interview without some interruption, then we shall proceed. Thank you.
Hii sound ndio tunatumia online. So mkiongelea.
Want to make check? Kwa hivyo tukae standby, manake tutakuwa tunaanza muda si mrefu. Naambiwa mheshimiwa gavana karibu anatoka katika afisi yake.
So kulikuwa na majina ya coordinators wewe kanto alafu nitakuja kwa sababu nimechelewa kutuma sina tuma hizo hizo za local. Singetumia na White House.
All right, naona wanahabari wamemaliza mahojiano yao. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana nyote ambao mmetenga muda wenu kufika hapa, na kwa mara nyingine pale nyuma, wale ambao mmesimama katika maeneo ya maingilio, tafadhali naomba muingie katika hema hili ili muweze kuketi. Tuanze hafla ya siku ya leo. Once again, those outside, please join us so that we can begin our today's ceremony. I would love to recognize the presence of our Chief Officer, Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Dr. Betty Mulianga. I'd also love to appreciate the presence of Director Agriculture, Ben Chumba. Asante sana. I've also seen our Director Fisheries. 1, 2. 1, 2, mic check. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, mic check. Seed bank. Na nimeona pia pale uyoga, mushroom. Kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba pia una promote, unanunua kidogo uende uunde mchuzi pale nyumbani. Bunyore Superstars, tafadhali tupatieni kipande tu tukingoja mheshimiwa gavana. Most welcome our guests. Karibuni sana. Asanteni sana, karibuni.
Mukangalo sibo sibo ayitero babene wamanya rosirida sibo sibo ayitero babene sibo mulanga rosirida sibo ayitero sibo sibo mulanga rosirida sibo ayitero sibo rosirida lero aramanya ukangalola tundula busi rosirida lero aramanya ukangalola tundula busi ukangala ukangala mwebonye kuko ukangala kuwiranga chiko ukangala mwebonye kuko ukangala kuwiranga chiko rosirida lero aramanya ukangalola tundula busi rosirida lero aramanya ukangalola tundula busi ukangala Enda ngaorina kubantu lokata watesi tabale enda ngaorina kubantu lokata watesi tabale ukangala wiyage mtwa ukangala ulisinya busuma ukangala wiyage mtwa ukangala ulisinya busuma ukangala ukangala kuwiranga chiko ukangala mwibonye ikuko ukangala kuwiranga chiko rosirida lero aramanya ukangalola tundula busi rosirida lero aramanya ukangalola tundula busi
CECM Agriculture, Honorable Nicholas Kichungulu, asante sana. For love and comment your presence. Many thanks, Professor Alex Awiti from NICA. We love your presence, asante sana.
waba wakira unishinda mulina wanje umurembe wanje oyi oyi temurebe oyi waba wakira unishinda uyapange haba na haba, ujaza kibaba. Mapato yako ni madogo sana, haba uyapange haba na haba, ujaza kibaba. Huyo mwenzio ashabahatika, hiyo riziki yake ishamufikia. sana, kaza sana Bwana, kwa lile utafanikiwa. Hataki maneno, hataki matata, anachopata kila mtosha yoyo. Hataki maneno, hataki matata, naomba Mungu akusaidie yoyo. Daima milele, Kasukwe.
Once again, many thanks, Bunyore Superstar, for that wonderful piece. Oli. Very many thanks, Bunyore Superstars, for that wonderful piece. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our governor with us here, His Excellency Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, who will join us shortly. But then, before he joins us, he will go through the exhibition booths just to see what our farmers are doing as far as promoting agroecology in Vihiga County is concerned. And once he heads to the exhibition booths, I'll request a few of our partners, our guests, to kindly flank him. But before then, we shall have our sub-county administrator, Mr. Kai. Please prepare, because he will lead us into the national anthem, East Africa anthem, then the farmers, please. Our farmers, are you ready with the creed? Wakulima wetu tafadhali, mko wapi? Wale ambao watatuimbia, watatukariria ule utunzi ule. Mko wapi tafadhali? Kwa ishara ya mikono, Wale kuchezwa, sawa. I'm told that the creed will be played via our sound system, and therefore after the creed we shall head straight into the program. Kwa hivyo tafadhali mabibi na mabwana, tukae standby, manake baada ya mheshimiwa gavana kuweza kuzunguka katika eneo la maonyesho atajiunga nasi ili tuweze kuanza ratiba ya siku ya leo. Labda ndugu Mike, unaweza ukatupatia kidogo, tuna bendi yetu hapa, unaweza ukatupatia kidogo kipande cha burudani tukimsubiri mheshimiwa gavana. partners joining His Excellency the Governor. They will accompany, rather flank His Excellency during the exhibition sites visiting. Thereafter, they'll join us for official beginning of the ceremony. And therefore, we'll just be on a standby, because after His Excellency together with our partners have viewed some of the products that our farmers are producing here in Vihiga County, we shall then start our ceremony. I'll request my brother, our sub-county administrator, Mr. Kai, to also be ready to start off the function with the national anthem, a word of prayer. Then after a word of prayer, we shall have the Farmers' Creed played from our
Exactly. So we have also the fruits. Tuko na avocado, tuweka sahani, weka kila kitu hapa kwa sahani, watu wanakuwa healthy kabisa.
During my time, this was these guavas were everywhere. And this is what we used to eat as children. As you go to look after cattle, simply to have food.
Yes. Yeah. Cassava, original cassava kabisa, inakuzwa kienyeji. Hakuna chemical tunaweka kwa hizi vitu zetu, ni kienyeji. Hata hii ni kienyeji. Mambo ya kienyeji na ugonjwa tumetoka huko. Yeah. You also have the sugarcane. Fruits is also fruit.
This was also traditional sugar. We used to grind a lot of sugar. Every home had sugar cane for chewing. Yeah. And even making the others to carry good. People could still do it in the village.
Traditional mushrooms, yes.
Tradition also. Every time during the rain season.
Yeah. This one now because of the rain now. Maziwa mala. Traditional maziwa ng'ombe. Ile kuolewa kila kijiko na kile. So yeah. We have the Isindu. One is enough for almost 50 people. Just one.
Yeah, and it's a lot of ugali. Just one. They are very sweet. Very sweet. And they cook it in a way.
What is it? Almost 50 people.
Yeah.
No problem, just come. We have the Kenyan maize.
So you see the maize we used to grow. We never used to have one. This is what we used to have. The maize we used to grow.
Traditional
peace.
Yes, pieces. See, the local ones. We have the mukuna. Good, like for traditional medicine also. Yeah, exactly.
You see, pumpkin seeds. We used to have this and we fry them just on the fire.
Comments are
Very good. Yeah, for men. For men is good. Watch out.
That is fermented. Fermented, yeah. You have the fermented orange. If you want 1 cup, we can give you 1 cup.
Yeah, let us test. Let these guys test so that they know where we are coming from.
Tuambie umemix nini? Mwingine anaweza msaidia. Kidogo tu. Sijaze.
So we just test it. That's all. Yeah, that's you try. No sugar, nothing. Just fermented. Yeah. Good.
Nice.
That's enough.
Okay. Come up and this. You get one. Maragwe, kienyeji maragwe. That's what we have variety, but this one you can see maragwe. This is all maragwe with nuts. Plus all for the sorghum we mix. We have enough. This is just for this plate.
Thank you.
Come bigger sit back, we get all these varieties. Enough.
Grass.
It doesn't mean that
So let's go on. So you can see the level of the seed. So many seeds. Also, but we really selected.
Like this one.
Yeah, you can see. You can find it.
I've never seen this.
Come to bigger sit
And
back.
this is very sweet maize. Very sweet. If you roast it, it's
And we use this one for preservation.
Preservation?
Yeah.
No chemical.
What
this
is
one,
it?
a preservative.
Yeah.
Brix powder. This one is brix powder. It's our preservative.
For grains.
Yeah.
So you just dust it in.
You just
Dust it.
yeah, and you store.
No weevils.
No weevils.
Yeah.
So just mix with the maize and store.
Yeah.
No weevils. Because they for years. When we don't
Thank you. You're most welcome to Your Excellency. This is Pelham, Kenya. We are part of the party that we are supporting the Agro-Ecology policy. So the main focus of Pelham, Kenya is to build the capacity of smallholder farmers through our member organizations. And so these some of the publications that we have done together with our partners. This is the 2023 annual report with the work, just a summary of what we were able to do in 2023.
You see what I was telling you?
Yes.
Oh, the ones
The worms. The worms. Yeah, so this is the 2023, but the 2024 will be outsold. As Pelham Kenya, we are also part of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa. We are the Kenyan Hub. And in Vihiga County, our member organization, Biology, over there, you meet them. They are the ones who are based here in Vihiga County. I deliberately carried this organic farmer magazine from one of our partners, Vision Africa Trust. We collaborate in producing the magazine. Our role is mainly to distribute to smallholder farmers and all farmers in general. The aspect of farmer managed system, seed system is key to us, and we are deliberate to ensure that all practices that are there, we are able to document and ensure that we're able to reach as many people as possible. This is a copy of a package that will be delivered in the office. Yeah, so if you are in a position to visit our website, in the publication portal, there are so many publications on organic agriculture, agroecology, and the rest that one can be able to. We also supporting printing some of these documents to ensure that they reach the farmers who are not able to access the website. So thank you very much, and we would like to congratulate you for this part. Thank you very much.
You will give me something I want to read.
I'll keep a package for you. Thank you.
Make sure I get a copy of each.
Yes.
Yeah, so that I can read over the weekend.
Asante.
Yeah.
We do banana value addition, basically banana fiber products plus baskets. We have so many products, but some had gone to the market, and this is part of our products. This is a handbag. We have a here. We have a fire recipe from banana fiber. We have the rings.
I'll buy this one for her. You can see.
You see how it is smart.
This is banana fiber.
Banana fiber.
Yeah.
So we have so many products we make from banana fiber. Soon we shall be having a lot of them in the market. We are trying to modify them to come to the market level, but here are the products. This one, we used to carry water with it.
For balancing.
For balancing.
You can balance any type of luggage.
You don't need to hold it.
Yeah.
Even a pot, with a pot, balances very well. So welcome so much. We are situated at Manyata, your conscience. If you want to have more of our products, welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I bought something here for my friend.
Welcome.
How are you, my friend?
What we do here is that you should start with the soil, because the soils are dead. In that case,
we are coming up with some of the solutions onto our soils. All the soils around here are dead. What should we do? We come up, we innovate. For example, this Innobel is made just from droppings of the goats. We innovate it to come to a product that can be used by farmers. We get food to goats. There's another one here. It's called solid biostimulant. This one is made. We have NPK in it, an indication that we can get our own fertilizers. We use cow dung, we use cow urine, cow dung for phosphorus, cow urine for nitrates, and beans flour for K. And that's a solution to that problem. We have another one here. It's called Bokasha. This is remnants of mostly everything that a farmer has. This one we don't decompose, but we ferment. We ferment it. It takes shorter time, and it can produce. It can at least give back life into our soils. After getting these ones here, that's the time we come with the seeds. You see, we have pests. Farmers can never have problems in pests because we produce our patching. It's clear. Oh, this one here we use garlic, we use tangawizi, we use spirits, and then pili, and we make this one here. You can come up with the lactic acid, and all this is done by the farmers. Yeah, this one is done by the farmers. After that, we shall come to the seeds. These seeds are local. Most of them are local seeds.
Jambo Gavana. Karibu Bioji. Hapa tuko mbele, tunaona hii mbolea yote inatuletea hizi mbegu. So hapa mbegu kumala kubola mulunyore nomba muluya kulinende timbeku etieti kala tofauti. Sino ukweli? Tukiona hapa tuko na mbegu ya mahindi, na hii mbegu ya mahindi hiyo nayo tukishapanda vizuri inatupatia unga. Naona? So hii unga imetokana na kila mbegu tofauti. Kwa hivyo pia tukipanda vizuri tuko na mbegu ya maharagwe, tuko na mbegu ya mrenda, tuko na mbegu ya kunde, na tuko na mbegu tofauti mahali tuko. Tukiangalia vizuri, hii yote ni kazi ya wakulima hao wenye wamesimama wanafanya. Na wanapanda kutumia mbolea hii yetu yenye tunaunda wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tunahimiza wakulima wote wajiunge, tufanye kazi tunaita Agro-Ecology, tupate vyakula vyetu vya kiasili, tuwe na afya bora, tufukuze magonjwa, alafu mwisho kabisa nikimalizia, pia tuko na malenge. Hii malenge tunaunda mikate kwa malenge, tunaunda hii scones kwa malenge. Kwa hivyo malenge ni chakula mzuri sana kwa afya yetu. Tunahimiza kila mmoja apande malenge kwake. Maana ya malenge, one ni crop cover kwa shamba yako, inazuia mmomonyoko wa udongo. Ya pili ni chakula. Ya tatu inazuia magonjwa. Ya kwamba tukikula hii malenge, hata macho yetu, akili yetu itaoshwa kabisa, tutakuwa very brave. So watoto wetu pia wakule nini? Malenge. Kwa hivyo pia tuko na hapa, tukiona tuko na mabata, kumaanisha tunafanya intercropping. Tuna vyakula, tuna wanyama. Tunaona? So tunasaidiana. Kumaanisha tunafanya hata recycle. Ya kwamba chakula tukipata tunapatia mabaki yake bata zetu zinakula. Hizi bata nazo zinatupatia nini? Mbolea. Unaona? So hapa tunafanya circular. Yes. Kwa hivyo tunasema ya kwamba kila mtu akaribia biology, ajifunze mengi, na pia tuende tufanye yale tumeona hapa. Asanteni sana.
Sasa ukifika hapa hivi utakuta lazima wako wale ambao wana mashamba madogo. Hapa ni pipe pale ndini chini ili kitunguu saumu. Hapa tuna wakulima kuweka maji. Maji inaingia hapo. Hata kama ni hapo nje ya nyumba unaweza tengeneza. Ukiangalia hapa tuna vitu ambazo tumesahau. Ukiangalia timbune, ukiangalia migombero, ukiangalia. Sasa nyumbani wewe unaambiwa nenda nunua machungwa, na ukipanda timbune utapata faida kubwa sana kuliko ile ya machungwa. Machungwa gharama yake ni ya juu. Sasa tunaelekea hivi. Sasa tukishatoka huko tunakuwa na products hapa sasa. Pale tuna miwa hiyo inasiagwa, ikishasiagwa tunatengeneza juice, naweka ndani ndimu, naweka ndani onja. Ndio hiyo. Iko tayari. Onja tu kidogo kata mwenyewe alafu onja. Mpe kadogo haka. Mpe kadogo haka. Hiyo inatengenezwa hapa. Ni pale tu. Ni miwa inachukuliwa, inaswagwa, shasiagwa, unaiweka ndani tuseme tangawizi unaingiza ndani. Na sawa tuna wale ile ambayo inauzika. Na miwa hii ni organic. Hii ni organic. Kitu chochote kiko hapa sisi wenyewe tunatengeneza. Kama ni kuzalisha, sisi wenyewe tunazalisha. Kama ni produce, sisi wenyewe tuna produce. Bio gardening innovations. Iko na tangawizi.
Tangawizi ni organic.
Tunaona hii hapa. Hizi tunakuza. Hizi zimeanza kutoka. Tangawizi. Garlic. Yeah. Those are the things. Thank you very much. Yeah. Circular economy. Nothing you can throw. Tukiwa na chafu na kuja nayo hapo kutengeneza mbolea. Ukishatengeneza mbolea, mkebe imeharibika, unaweza weka nini? Kwa hiyo mkebe ambaye imeharibika, badala ya kuleta problems, we utilize it. And then you should go, those are cherries, tomato cherries.
No spraying.
No spraying, nothing.
These are traditional.
Yes. Those humans.
Hii kupatia organic tomato za Nairobi ni ngumu sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your Excellency, karibu.
Yes.
Yeah. This is Kayalo oyster mushroom, and we plant it, we grow it, at the same time we dry it. And growing it, we use substrate that we get from all over the counties. We get from Vihiga County, we get from Nandi County, Kakamega County, wherever we can get. And the substrate, we use the maize cobs, we use the maize stalks, we use banana leaves, we use even sawdust, so that we mix it together and pasteurize, so that all the bacteria can die. Then after that, we put it in the grow room where we keep it there for about a month. Then after the bag becomes white, then the mushrooms start growing. So we've got the oyster dry mushroom, and this is the oyster white fresh mushroom, and this is the oyster gray fresh mushroom. So I welcome all of you, so that you will have a taste of this one day when we are ready to have another time to cook it for you. Karibu sana. Thank you.
So in this, no chemical?
No chemical for this one, no chemical at all. No. Even if we have any insects coming in, we use the organic chemical, pesticide, yes.
Unauza bei gani?
Hii ni 150. Then this one is 300. Then this one is 450. Very nice. It has protein, vitamins, iron, everything for you. You can use this. You can buy this instead of nyama. You can replace it. Karibu sana. Yeah, thank you. So this one is 1,500. Karibu sana. Utakuja nunua hapa. Asante. Thank you.
Welcome. This is from Vihiga County, all 5 sub-counties, and some of them have products. We'll just take 2 minutes to inform you what they do in their farms.
Thank you so much. This is a value addition of black soldier fly, which are good recyclers, dry, press to get a kick and formulate poultry feed and fish feeds.
Welcome. I think we have a kitchen garden here. We have all African leafy vegetables where we intercrop with the repellents so that they can scare away the pest without using the chemicals. So this is the onion, and this is the Mexican marigold. This is the mint, which scares away the pests.
Welcome, Mr. Governor. This is bokash composting or fermented composting. These are the materials that are used right away from sugarcane. This one, the main purpose of having here, we are interested in the sugar extraction. Here, this is the yeast. We have the drop soil, you have the rock dust, charcoal dust, you have got the dry grass, the water. These are the materials used to make this one takes a very short time to prepare. It can even take as less than 7 days, depending on what you use. If you use the compost manure or well-decomposed manure, it is used from 14 to 7 days. Then from there, when you have used it to plant this particular crop, the kitchen garden, We also have prepare what you call the foliar. This is twin-in-one. It's called biopesticide and also foliar. Because the material used in making foliar and the biopesticide is similar, it's simply the same. But now, here we compared the use of pipa. We have got the crotol, we have got the Mexican marigold, we have got what you call the Tithonia, and so on and so forth, and also wood ash, which is commonly used in our garden to come up with this particular box. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Governor. My name is Anne. This is Davidson Smart Enterprises. We do value addition on soya nuts, and also we have natural medicines. It is a very different varieties. Thank you. For back pain, for muscle pain, and also for arthritis.
Chili?
Yes, this one.
So you are meditating?
You massage where the pain is.
See, you will get irritation.
Unakuwa advice, una masaa ya jioni na ufanye kazi.
Mr. Governor, we need to also understand these are youth, and we are trying so much to help them label their products so that you can be able to know all the answers to your questions from the label of the product instead of having to wait for the proprietor of the enterprise. So we are still working with the youth, and that's what practical action is really focusing on. Now building brands and being able to take them into shelves and being able to get them to other markets. Yes.
Welcome, Bwana Governor. I'm Fiona Karegi. Through RAY project, we were given a chance to go to Kirby, and then where we were trained about value addition. So through that training, I learned about value addition of plant nuts. So at least now I'm doing cotton nuts, and I'm selling them and making an income. Thank you.
Your Excellency, this is Henry, a proprietor of Henrico Metal Solutions. Here we do the seed multiplications of the African indigenous vegetables, and we have realized that actually there are some seeds, especially for the indigenous vegetables, that are becoming released. So we are trying our level best to ensure that they are in stock. And lastly, the knowledge we have acquired through the RAY project, it has enabled us to learn how to do the branding of this particular product. Thank you.
From the last section, we are doing chicken feed. We're trying to reduce cost of feed.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I'm Patrick Malongo. I'm doing Azola value addition, whereby most of the farmers have problems about feeding. So Azola is the only way to go whereby we feed on our chicken to the mix. Instead ya kwenda commercial foods are very expensive, so tunatumia Azola, unapata at least kufit kuko ni rahisi.
Azola is just water and mbolea ya ng'ombe, samadi. So we just put it there and then it grows by itself within a week. And then the last section is on black soda fly.
Karibu sana Bwana Gavana, hapa ni Kanali Edwin na ningekukaribisha kwa mradi wa Black Soldier Fly, mafunzo ambayo nimefunzwa kutoka kwa RAY program. Hii Black Soldier Fly mheshimiwa, tunaitumia ku clean the environment. Unaangalia tunatumia waste products ambazo zimetupwa ndio tunatumia kukuza hawa wadudu. Hawa wadudu they are very high in protein content, na mbolea yake ndio hii tunatumia, it's pure organic. Na ndio inatumika kupanda hizi mboga ambazo tuko nazo hapa. At the same time mheshimiwa, ningekuomba kama tunaweza weka maanani sana huu mradi kwa vijana. Tutakuwa tunatafuta kazi, badala yake tutakuwa nimeona unatumia pesa mingi mheshimiwa kwa clean the market na nini. Hizo vitu ambazo tunatupa mheshimiwa, tunaweza zitumia kuanza huu mradi. Tukianza huu mradi hiyo takataka ambayo
Richard. I saw Richard. Because we have a problem in cleaning our markets and it's all. So what would you want us to do? Because kama mnatuambia mahali ya kuleta hiyo kitu hiyo waste tunaleta.
Ndio ningeomba mheshimiwa, wacha vijana tuungane kwa groups. Ile waste ambazo tunatupa hata sisi wenyewe tunaweza fanya ile cleaning, tuna beautify the market zetu, at the same time tunapata pesa kutoka kwa hii. Juu hii huwa nauza ile ambayo imezaliwa 5 day old at 200 shillings kwa farmers. Hii ambayo iko ready nauza 500 per kg na ninapata pesa. Hii mbolea nauza at 200 na iko pure organic. Haina kemikali yoyote na hata unaweza angalia mboga zetu vile zinafanana mheshimiwa.
I think we have 3 centers where we do black soldier fly. Is based at Ima. There's another based at Agro-Ecology. If we can be able to know.
So let's you come. I will get Richard here so that we agree. All these organic materials which we go to dump in many places, we can, if we find a way to give it to you.
In fact, we can use it to be producing enough fertilizer. Hata kwa tunasumbuka tunasema mbolea imepanda na shamba zetu tumeziharibu na hizi kemikali.
Thank you so much.
Where is Richard? Oh, okay, sir. But it reminds me because you will solve our problem.
Sawa.
This is just from Somalia. These are some of the materials of
Karibu Bwana Governor. So here we have African leafy vegetables. There are different spices that you can see. We use the organic manure from there to make them this.
Then we sell them to our local markets during market days. So we hope we can be able to work better with the department. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's all rise to welcome His Excellency the Governor. Asanteni sana, mwanzo atavishwa maua pale. Asante sana. Wapi makofi tafadhali? Very well. Receives a bouquet of flowers there. Asante sana. Karibu Your Excellency. Mr. Kai, please. I request that you remain standing. Mr. Kai, please.
Press. Let's have the national anthem and the East African anthem, please. Thank you. While we are still on our feet, let me call Idris to offer Islamic prayer, and then Eda to offer Christian prayer.
Start.
Wadudu marafiki, ondoa wadudu maadui, hatimaye kulima mtaalamu. Hifadhi wadudu marafiki, ondoa wadudu maadui, hatimaye
Majina ni Idris Changilwa. Tuombe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanirrahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Ya Allah, tunakuomba ulete utulivu katika kongamano hili la kuweka mikakati ya kilimo katika gatuzi letu la Vihiga. Ya Allah, tunakuomba uwape viongozi wetu ujasiri na hekima watakaotuongoza katika mikakati hii ya kilimo na kutekeleza. Ya Allah, nakuomba utuletee mvua yenye heri na amani. Amin. Amin.
Kwa majina ni Eda Abala na tuseme sala ya Bwana. Baba yetu uliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako uje, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama uko mbinguni. Utupe leo riziki yetu, utusamee makosa yetu, utakalo fanyika hapa duniani kama uko mbinguni. Utupe leo kama sisi tunavyosamea waliotukosea, usitutie majaribuni, lakini utuokoe na yule mwovu. Amen. Baba uishie milele, naja kwako nikinyenyekea siku hii ya leo. Umetuwezesha kuona siku njema kama hii, Mungu wetu. Uzidi kutubariki na kututakasa. Baba, tunazidi kumwombea mkuu wetu Bwana Otichilo pamoja na afisi yake kwa kazi ambayo wanafanya, haswa siku hii ya leo ambayo wanakuja kwa uzinduzi wa Agro-Ecology ambayo imelenga vijana wetu kupata kazi ama kufanya kazi. Baba, tunazidi kuja kwako kuombea hata na wengine wote ambao wameweza kutembea kufika hapa kwa ajili ya hili jambo. Uwabariki Baba kwa kila jambo, waweze kusikiza, waweze kutimiza. Yule ambaye atatokea na maneno yake asiyofaa, Baba, tunakuja kwako, tunaweza kukemea huyo mwovu shetani katika jina la Yesu na akaweze kushindwa. Baba, na akaweze kushindwa. Baba, ubariki mzee Otichilo, umuinue kwa kila jambo pamoja na sisi tunapoendelea na hili jambo. Na ni katika jina la Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo aliye mkombozi wetu.
Tafadhali tunaweza kuketi. Asanteni sana. Sasa hii ndio ilikuwa the right time kwa hiyo grade ya farmers. Manake tulikuwa tumeambiwa after prayers tuwapatie ile nafasi. Kwa hivyo nafikiri mshafanya hivyo. Your Excellency Governor wa County Government ya Vihiga, County Commissioner, Waziri msimamizi wa Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, pamoja na Chief Officer wako na Chief Officer wengine, partners wetu ambao wamekuja kufanikisha the launch of a serious policy in this county, wakulima wote na staff. Nachukua nafasi hii kuwakaribisha mahali hapa rasmi katika huu mkutano ambao umeandaliwa na idara husika siku ya leo. I want to welcome you to this place. Feel free, feel at home. Your Excellency, with your permission sir, ningependa kwa muda mfupi sana tupate kutumbuizwa kidogo, sababu naona watu tuko na nyuso ambazo zimechoka. Kwa nini? Situfurahie kidogo? Nataka sasa tupate entertainment kidogo, maana entertainment ni dawa ya moyo. Kwa hivyo nataka kuleta ndugu yangu Etende, chapa entertainment for less than 10 minutes, and then we'll be able to hand over the program to the department to proceed from there.
Thank you, my brother, our sub-county administrator, Mr. Kai. And we, in fact, 10 minutes or more because we only have our resident band that performs here at Sosa Cottages. And ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, allow me to invite our band to give us a piece of entertainment. Na pia tusionyeshe tumechoka sana. Aya basi, bendi yetu ya Bunyore Superstars, tafadhali tupatieni burudani. Feel free, you can stand, dance, nod your head. Feel free, feel at home. Thank you. Wapi makofi ya Bunyore Superstars tafadhali. That is amazing, wonderful. Let's please add them a round of applause tafadhali. And indeed, it was also a good opportunity for His Excellency and our guests to do some exercise. You know, were it not for the time, we would have just proceeded and requested them to add us another item. But due to time constraints, I mean, we were forced to cut them short. Asanteni sana. It's indeed an amazing day, a new dawn indeed, because we are going to have our Agro-Ecology policy, and Vihiga becomes the second county after Murang'a to have this policy. Wapi makofi tafadhali. And we can't thank you enough, Your Excellency, because you never took this as a pocketbook matter, but you extended the initiative, the favor to have the people of Vihiga County to have this policy, just among other many policies that Vihiga has. Let's give His Excellency a round of applause, please. And indeed, Governor, we shall remain indebted to your leadership, to your stewardship, and you'll leave a lot of, indelible mark in the hearts of the people of Vihiga County. Right about now, I want to invite our Chief Executive, County Executive Committee member, our CCM Agriculture, to please give us welcoming remarks, please. Waziri Kitungulu. Tumkaribisha kwa makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, Betele, Your Excellency Governor, the County Commissioner, all guests and their partners. I hope it's still morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Nicholas Kitungulu, CCM in charge of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. First, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Vihiga, those who are from other counties and from the international community. Your Excellency, the Governor, I want first also to take this opportunity to thank your leadership, because through you, we have been able to have this policy, and today we are going to launch it. We thank God for that. And the farmers and all the partners, I want to tell you that this document, Governor has been also went through it. So it was not at the department level, but the Governor went through it, made his observations, and you can see the way the policy is very fine, and we are ready to go and implement it without wasting time. I also want to thank all the partners. All the partners, Your Excellency, we have worked along with the partners, and I can indeed confirm to you that we have very valuable partners, that they have been working with us through all the process, from public participation up to the level and the time the policy was approved at the cabinet. I want to thank the Office of the Public Participation, which did a very great work to ensure that the farmers and all stakeholders were involved. Your Excellency, this policy will also involve professionals. And I can confirm today that we are also the academia, the professors. They can just wave where they are. We have professor there. We have another professor here sitting in silent, but I know he knows that he's a professor. Your Excellency, because of the time, and because I also was part of this process, I don't want to talk much, but I want to just appreciate also our farmers. And Vihiga, we have already been doing this, these practices of agroecology. But with this policy, I know it will be able to accelerate our speed in ensuring that every farmer appreciates. And in this policy also, we also are going to work alongside, and we borrowed from the health on how their community health promoters are working. And with this, if well implemented, we're going to involve the community agroecology promoters. So we thank the partners and we thank everybody that has been with us. And I know, Your Excellency, that the moment we launch this, I, as the head of the department, I'll ensure that this policy is implemented to the latter. Lastly, I request also the partners that they should also continue working with us. The partners also organized during the process of coming up with this policy. Your Excellency, I want also to confirm to you that the partners organized, and we had an opportunity to take some of our farmers and the stakeholders from Vihiga, Murang'a, to see how Murang'a are implementing their policy. For those few remarks, I wish to take this opportunity and welcome the director, the chief officer, who will be able to invite the director, then we proceed on. Karibu, Daktari Betty Nyanga.
Your Excellency the Governor, all our esteemed distinguished guests, and our esteemed farmers and friends around, we want to say good morning. Good afternoon, eh? Oh, good afternoon. Yeah, welcome so much to this occasion. We are privileged to have here. I want to save much time by, first of all, recognizing our staff. Wherever they are, just stand up and lift up your hands, just wave, so they can know that you're actually here in full force. It's our staff, they have worked so hard to ensure that our farmers are getting to know and bringing their contributions. I therefore want to welcome our director. As he comes, let me recognize the heads of directors in the department, please. Dr. Kadenge for veterinary services, Mr. Luda for livestock development, Mr. Okech for fisheries. Thank you so much. We also have one program director, Mr. Mnala, where are you? He's leading the NORAD. He has just walked out, but he's been here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam CC, Your Excellency, sir, our distinguished guests from far and wide, local, through our CECM. I want to be very brief. Allow me, with your permission, I want to present in very brief words this policy so that we can be on the same page. But allow me, because I didn't do it alone, I did it together with a very strong, committed group. We are calling ourselves a technical working group. I want to call upon those members, just 1 minute, in the interest of time on that timetable, to come here just for me to introduce you one by one. And there are not many. Please step forward. Okay, here, Bwana MC, allow me, this group you see here, Your Excellency, was, some of them we met informally, and some of them we met formally through a written communication by the CEC in January of 2023. When you established your new government, the CEC, the new Honorable Kitungulu is here, established this committee formally through communication in January 2023. So I'll allow them to introduce them by themselves, just the name and then the organization which you represent, and then you return to my.
Your Excellency, all protocol observed. My name is Alunga Joseph from the Directorate of Livestock Production and a Secretariat member to the TWG. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Darlington Kadenge, Director of Veterinary Services. Thank you.
John Hamala Wanda, Director of Public Participation and Civic Engagement.
Wafula Ferdinand, Biogardening Innovations.
Francis Chivonje from Biovision Foundation. Thank you.
My name is Michael Mugendi, representing Rural Outreach Africa.
I'm called Esther Odera, Nutrition Department, Empire Hospital.
Mary Rongo, Pelham, Kenya.
Morris Abomira from Department of Commerce, Tourism and Cooperatives.
Francis Muyeho from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology.
Lilian Aluso from the Alliance of Biodiversity International in SEAT.
Caroline Wambui from Maseno University.
Thank you very much. Our members, please be seated. Now, Your Excellency, these members, together with I, under also the guidance of the Lord Almighty, we went through a lot, both here and as has been mentioned, through a process of stakeholder engagement, capacity building, and also benchmarking. We went through even up to Waziri, up to Uganda, through the sponsorship of one of the partners, Pelham. We came up with a policy, the one which maybe you have a copy, and it is a really replica of what to do in Uganda in terms of organic farming, and Murang'a County, what not to do in the whole process. So I will be very brief. The policy has 5 thematic areas. The first thematic area is about food and nutrition security. And this is an area which is talked about by many policies, and these policies are in the shelves. What are we saying here that is new? Nothing except soil improvement, so that we use fertilizer based on what is the status of our soils. Are our soils acidic or alkaline? If they are acidic, we use less of these acidic fertilizers. If they are alkaline, we use less of the alkaline in an effort to stabilize the soil health and acidity. Then another one is to do with market enterprises, empowering the youth. And very shortly, there will be a panel discussion here, and it will involve one of our youth leaders in this area of agroecology. The third one, the third strategy is about research linkage and adaptive research. That's why we have our academia represented here, and in this strategy, we are also establishing an agricultural innovation and training center in the county, which is at the foundation level. I know, Your Excellency, you know about that center at Musinaka, Northeast Bunyore. This is an extension of this policy, in terms of implementing something called sharing of knowledge, co-creation, and extension outreach to farmers. Then there is social and cultural inclusivity. We want, Your Excellency, in this policy to entrench the traditional foods and cultures into our food system, to go back to where we used to be. Some time back, I heard when you are saying when you are growing up, you are taking guavas and looking after cattle the whole day, and you are able to have very strong bones. So these traditional foods, we want to revive them and see that they are back into our menus, into our school curricula, and also practically into a hotel like this one, so that these buffets, we make less use of buffets and go to miogos, go to sweet potato, cassava, miro, and our friend from Zeka knows a vegetable from Rwanda, which unfortunately I'm very surprised I didn't know. It is called nyororo, and it's from Rwanda, and we want to promote it, brand it, to be among the African leafy vegetables that are branded in Kenya. Now, finally, this policy is also talking about invasive species. One of them is blue gums. We want to harmonize this one with the Environment Department so that in our agriculture sector, we ban the use of blue gums on common boundary funds, on common boundaries. Not on the farm. On the farm, you can plant as many blue gums as possible, especially if you have a big farm. But if you are a neighboring, a smaller farm, and you are more small farms, both of you need a very strong agreement backed by law, so that your neighbor does not suffer from the consequences of your planting the blue gum. Then, Your Excellency, the issue of crop and livestock insurance is in this policy. We want to insure our farmers against multi-perils associated with climate shocks, and we want, for example, a farmer to be compensated when they have this crop failure associated with climate failure. And lastly, we want to be able to monitor our food intake, the kind of foods we coming into the county. We want to be able to measure their residue levels about chemicals and ascertain whether they are fit for our consumers or not before they enter into our market. For instance, the Mudete or Chavakali market. That is in brief about this policy, and it is the product of a lot of consultation. The one I cannot forget was from His Excellency himself. He said, I don't want to see a bulky document like the one I saw in Murano. I want a brief document. If I'm taking a flight from Kisumu maybe to Nairobi, I can be able to know what is going to talk about it in Nairobi without flipping through 90 pages. So that is the only thing I can remember. And we want to be very, very thankful to you for the support you gave us, and the partners also, as has been mentioned by our Waziri. Thank you very much. And Waziri yourself, thank you, because among all the Waziris we have had in the past, not that they were having an issue here and there, but he's the only one who said when he entered our office, because at night there at Arab Chavakali, there are some tomatoes which are offloaded at night, maybe in those wee hours. So, but he didn't want to tell us what he was doing around that place. So, but he said, those tomatoes are very safe consumption. And that really inspired us to come with this policy, and he formed a committee almost immediately, and we have delivered. So thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you for the support you gave to this committee. Thank you.
Many thanks. Let's please add Chumba a round of applause, tafadhali. Asante sana.
development side of things and research. Ladies and gentlemen, the great citizens of Vihiga County, Mulembe Muno. I grew up in Maseno, and I think my first language before Swahili was Kimaragoli. And then I learned Kinyore, which is the neighborhood of Maseno community. So I want to say very few things. First is congratulate the county government of Vihiga. Your Excellency, thank you very much for spearheading and supporting this process. We last year conflict as mainstream agriculture. One, and especially for Africa, is to improve the efficiency of the nutrient sources that we're using. I don't think any human being can disagree with that. Okay? The second one is that it wants to enhance the resilience of the production systems. We've seen out here with a wonderful display of the farmers that it's about crop varieties, it's about farmer-led seed movements. It's about integrating livestock and trees and crops. And it's about local knowledge. I don't think you can disagree with those things as important things in supporting a food system that works for people. The third one is social equity. That it brings the people who produce the food at the table in the process of the commerce and the trade that enhances livelihoods from the proceeds of their labor. Okay? So it's not about the hegemony of the big multinational corporations that dominate the seed systems. For example, I don't want to mention names, but I think there's some inequity in that process that we grow seeds that we don't control, and we are not part of the big commerce that actually provides the proceeds that enables farmers to lift themselves out of poverty. I just saw in the strategy that agriculture contributes 34% of Vihiga's GDP and employs over 75%. So the fact that you disenfranchise and put this large population on the edges means that they're not part of the economic enterprise of Vihiga. So agriculture is around inclusion, participation, connectivity, and diversified diets and co-creation of knowledge. So it's not about a very, very smart extension of people coming to tell farmers what to do. A lot of us don't believe in farming in this context. The farmers know exactly what happens. You know, in my days, I would award those farmers there as professors of practice and bring them in a class of agronomy 101, and the guys who were talking about the black soldier fly would be sitting in my soil science class and giving the first lecture about soil science 101. So it's about that intermingling of different ways of understanding and knowing how to produce stuff. So, two things, Mr. Governor, that I think are really important. You asked a very important question when the young man said that, you know, our problem is finding ways, and you asked him, what do you want us to do? We now have a project here that is running with the support of Politicas Foundation that is looking at mapping organic resources in Vihiga and in Kisumu and in Nandi. One of the things that is coming out of that initial inception process is that Vihiga, with its very high density population, is a treasure trove of waste that is now becoming a nuisance. So how about if we started to think about a waste management policy? We started working with local communities to look at ways that are socially acceptable for separating organic from inorganic waste as the first step, so that that young man can have all of the organic resources he needs liberated in a way that is easily accessible to run his PSF enterprise. And you can imagine, Mr. Governor, how many jobs you create of young people an army of young circular economy entrepreneurs who are taking these organic waste and converting them to something that puts food on the table, that enriches our soils, but also creates decent jobs for young people. We talk about agriculture being cool again. I think this is the new model. The circular economy offers an opportunity for us to. And as I close, and I said this when we had a courtesy call with you, that one of the biggest barriers to a full transition to agroecology is our inability to find sustainable, commercially scalable models for raising the efficiency of existing fertilizer models with complementary use of organic resources. Unless we cross this hump, it will be very difficult. I can't stand before President Ruto and tell him next year to put organics in the public subsidy model. We want to move to 1 million tons of fertilizer. For us to arrive at complementarity, we need to show the President at least 500,000 metric tons of usable, certified, effective organic products. Otherwise, we don't have a conversation. So what we are proposing with this study in the 3 counties is to figure out how we can find business models that are scalable around valorizing crop residues. Kisumu has burgers from sugarcane. They have rice straw. Nandi has a lot of maize over. They're now moving into coffee husks. How can we look at pathways to commercially scale this? And then Vihiga has a lot of organic waste that comes from market waste, for example. So how do we create a commonwealth of investment to scale the production and use of organic resources? The Africa Farmers and Soil Health Summit, in their declaration, said they want to increase by 3 times. They want to triple the production and use of organic resources. The question is, nobody is talking about how we're going to do this. And I think with this initiative, Vihiga, Kisumu, and Nandi become front runners in that process. So I think this is a singular opportunity for us to start by working on the waste that comes from the market, to create some mechanism to respectfully and in a culturally sensitive way get our societies and our communities to separate organic from inorganic waste. I think it would be a very big first step to get to that process, and then start looking at the enterprises that could come in to now take this waste and convert it into products that can be certified by KEBS. And then as I close, how about Made in Vihiga as a very proud label on all of these things that have come out of here? I think that, to me, is really how you start energizing local processes and local enterprise that begin to, in a very powerful way, show the true value of devolution for which we fought so hard to get. And then start creating a comparative advantage in which counties now play and say, this is our forte. If you want to talk about traditional vegetables, how do you even start to get this drive in and label them proudly Made in Vihiga, regardless of the enterprise entrepreneurs that are working on this. And this becomes part of Vihiga's commercial model for scaling and connecting agricultural productivity to this new model of agricultural production. So thank you very much, and once again, congratulations. Well done.
Many thanks, Prof. I think the appreciation was not loud enough, please. Let's appreciate him. And also, I think I discovered that sometimes, I believe most of us here are Christians. The Bible tells us that my people perish because they lack knowledge, right? And some of this knowledge, Prof, you find that most of us, because when we visited a farm in Luanda, you remember we saw a farmer was practicing this agroecology. And indeed, as a youth, I was motivated, I was challenged that indeed we need this knowledge so that we can at least try to practice this agroecology and therefore embrace the entire agriculture as a practice. Right about now, permit me to kindly, with profound humility, to invite Phoebe Award from GIZ to kindly lead us in the panel discussion. And therefore, our panelists, please, I kindly beseech you to come forth. We have our very own Chief Officer Agriculture, Dr. Betty Mulianga. We also have Dr. Celine Tamot. I hope I pronounced that well. from Alliance of Biodiversity and SIAT. We also have Ms. Manei Nanyu. Protocol, my colleagues, please help us have this seat on the podium, please. We also have Professor Francis Muyeho from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. And last but not least, we have Kevin Kea, who is a youth in Vihiga in Agro-Ecology. Kevin, please, wherever you are, please join the panel. Before I hand over the microphone to Phoebe Award, as they take their positions, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to, if I can get their profiles. You can as well have this, maybe this stand moved kindly, so that they can be visible well enough. Very well. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali wanapojiandaa. Well, we have Dr. Celine, who is a senior scientist. Celine, thank you. A senior scientist at the Alliance Biodiversity International, SIAT, with 20 years of experience with research in development in sub-Saharan Africa. She's been working in Burkina Faso, DR Congo, Benin, Ethiopia, and Kenya. Her multidisciplinary work bridges ethnobotany, agroecology, sustainable food systems, diet diversity, and quality, with focus on community-based participatory approaches. Her profile is quite extensive, but I chose just to read it. Just to point out. Then we have Ms. Manei Nanyu. There she is an agricultural scientist with hands-on experience on agroecology, advocacy, climate governance, and gender mainstreaming in agroecology. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in agriculture and a Master of Science degree in agriculture information and communication management from the University of Nairobi. She currently serves as the head of programs at Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, that is PELAM, Kenya, where she is spearheading programs focusing on promoting agroecological principles and practices among smallholder farmers and pastoralists in Kenya. Asante sana, many thanks. Then we have Professor Francis Muyeho. Many thanks. Professor Francis Muyeho is a senior lecturer, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology at the School of Agriculture and Veterinary. He has previously been involved in several research and development projects in Western Kenya. His main role was to provide expertise in agronomy. I think that is fair enough. Then we have Kevin Kea. Asante sana, Kevin. Kevin is a youth in agroecology-led farmer and climate change enthusiast, youth mentor and chief executive officer, Nadanya Green Farm, based in Vihiga, Kenya. Then we go to Phoebe Award. She holds a Bachelor of Business Management, Marketing Option, Postgraduate Diploma in International Trade and Marketing Management, Maastricht University, MBA in from Mankosa University, Republic of South Africa, specializing value chain development, advisor, business development consultant. Well. I think, allow me, it's quite lengthy, and therefore we may take the whole day. And Director Chumba, you didn't give me profile of our distinguished chief officer. She's a researcher. I pray that you don't get a letter after this function. And I also need to see profile for Evans, but Your Excellency, Evans Ochuto is our in charge, our seed bank in Vihiga, based in Luanda. I visited the seed bank as a journalist and I interviewed him. The link is on YouTube, and he's doing a very commendable job in terms of preserving our indigenous seeds. Many thanks. Please allow me to hand over the microphone to Phoebe, who will lead or moderate our panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning again. Oh, afternoon. Thank you. I think I'll go straight to the questions because of time. We'll have 2 rounds of questions to the panelists. In the first round, you'll take 3 minutes because there are 2 questions in one to respond. And then in the second round, you should be able to take 1.5 minutes to respond. And thereafter, we shall open the floor for concerns, additions, observations, and questions. Take notes and write down whatever you want to share later. And when you are sharing, please focus your question or concern to the right and appropriate person. Good, I'll start with the host. That's the chief officer. She's the one to open for us the floor. Thank you for coming up with a policy. But I usually say policy is like a household rules. You start with the man and the woman and you say we shall eat at 12 o'clock, lunchtime, we shall sleep at 3 o'clock, and then we shall be able to take our children to school at this time. 2 years down the line, you hear them chasing a chicken at 9 o'clock in the night. Then you wonder, why are they eating that late? So policies are like that. They start from the household. Whatever guidelines you put should be adhered to and should be upheld. Madam Betty, what plans does the county have put in place as a result of the completion of the policy framework? And secondly, are there any incentives that the county has put in place to spur the practitioners and the people who are going to implement and use the policy framework? Please.
Thank you so much, Madam. First of all, I want to say that I have a PhD in remote sensing and agro-systems modeling. So I'm an agroecologist. And I'm also a researcher. That is what Mr. Chumba forgot to provide in my profile. However, for this very purpose, I want to say that the county government of Vihiga has put very good plans in place to ensure that we implement this policy. First and foremost, if you look on the last page of the policy, you'll find an implementation plan, because we really want to ensure that all that we have proposed is actually implemented to the full. In practice, we have already procured 25 soil augers. Those are gadgets that are going to help us be able to sample soils from farmers' fields. Each ward, because we have 25 wards, is going to have one soil auger. And because we have one agricultural extension officer in each of the wards going to use them. Practically, they're already using that. We also have the soil scanner in the office, where now after the ward officers have sampled the soils, they come and analyze those soils immediately. The beauty with the soil scanner, although many times we advocate for the wet chemistry, but when you don't have the wet chemistry, then we depend on the soil scanner. We sample a few of them and we validate at Calro Labs to ensure that the soil test results are actually very formidable. And what we are doing with that, after the soil scanner has been able to give the results, you'll find results on the soil pH. That is why we say our soils are very sick. His Excellency the Governor has just told us that he doesn't anymore see the worms that used to exist before. It's because the soils are sick. And when we call them sick, we imply that the pH is very high. And when the soil pH is horrible in our soils, therefore, it cannot be able to support production of the crops. That is why we need to know our soil pH. We need to know the soil organic matter. That also determines the fertility of the soils. Now, depending on that, we are trying to ensure that agroecological practices are emphasized. We are explaining to our farmers they should be able to diversify, because in every ward, the extension officers are able to reach out to the farmers and tell them about diversification. In this interest of climate change, we need farmers to thoroughly diversify their crops and other agricultural practices like rearing of poultry, rearing of the non-ruminants. Non-ruminants are the small animals like rabbits, like pigs, like goats, and then we have the ruminants, which are the big animals. We are encouraging farmers to really diversify so that we can be able to produce enough organic matter to be able to return back to the soils. Equally, we have agripreneurs employed through the NAV CDP program, and those agripreneurs, we have 5 maximum in every ward. And they have been given enumeration zones where now they are able to know their farmers. When they know their farmers, they are training their farmers on the practice, the best management practices, together with the extension officers who have been deployed to every ward. Now, we have also encouraged formation of CIGs, the common interest groups among our farmers. These common interest groups are the vulnerable, marginalized groups, VMGs. We are consolidating them into circles. So they have been able to form circles. Every ward in this county has a cooperative. And those cooperatives are helping farmers to be able to get support from a project that we have in the county, in the department. So they are able to access funds, then they will be lending to their members. Some are already doing that. Lending to their members to be able to invest in value addition. Because we are saying it's not enough to produce, but you can make more after that production. So once they produce, we encourage them to be able to do value addition. Those are the aspects and areas that the county government has put in place. We also have encouraged the cooperatives to form FPOs. Those are the farmer producer organizations. And the farmer producer organizations are now able to link the farmers to the market. Because you may all gather your vegetables and sell them to the market, but when we have surplus, then you sell at a very small price. And you make very little money. You may lose even the investment. And that's why we're saying they should aggregate their produce. And that's why we have aggregation centers where now the FPOs are able to buy from farmers and be able to sell to better markets so that the farmers can make the best of their production. We also, I think that's enough for now. But there's so much that we've done.
5 items: diversification, Mother Nature, the soil, the CIGs, and producer groups being formed. Those are 5 key things that the county has put in place to be able to address and interest people to join them. Thank you very much. Now to my panelists, we also have policies. When you see me shake my big body, know your time is up. Okay, Celine, you supported the process very well and took a lot of time and money to put into place a good policy framework. What was the experience that you went through? First part. The second part is, what benefits do you foresee that this policy framework will be able to support the AE within Vihiga County? The benefits and the experience you went through.
Thank you. We have been working in Vihiga County, I think, since 2014, with a very humble idea, thinking that by promoting agrobiodiversity and making better use of it, that we could try to improve the quality of the diets, work towards quality diets, healthy diets, and thus also improve the nutrition situation in the county, in Vihiga County. Starting from the diets, we basically also started pulling on the agricultural system. So we really started off working with the health department, but very quickly we saw we really needed to insist also on agriculture. And that is where the different communities started working around traditional leafy vegetables. And one of the major issues that we had seen was basically access to quality seeds, because for a lot of these varieties that are only available maybe here, they are not available in the formal seed systems. And so people would go to the market, and Evans can talk about that, They would find seeds, they would come home, they would not germinate, they would not be the right variety or not even the right species, etc., etc. So that's where the idea of this community seed bank was born, together with the CBO, the Vihiga CBO that Evans is leading. And I think based on all the happenings and the results that we were seeing from these projects, was also born the idea of like, let's look at the overall food system and let's start working on an agroecology policy here in Vihiga County. So that process basically started back in 2022 already, where the committee was formed, the working group was formed, etc., etc. What I particularly liked about the process is that it's really a multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary effort. We all understand nowadays that we will not transform food systems by working from one single department. The Department of Health will not solve it, the Department of Agriculture alone will not solve it, environment alone, etc., etc. So the policy is nicely combining different aspects, whereby we had agriculture, environment and health in the driver's seats, but they also managed to pull in trade, social affairs, education, and all the sectors that are basically needing to support if we want to transform our food systems towards healthy diets and healthy planets. So that is really very commendable. I think the process itself was also very interesting, with many partners joining, some from the beginning, some along the way, and it was really a very interesting process whereby we also learned a lot from each other, I must say, along the way, trying to align sometimes different views, different opinions, etc., etc. But it all very nicely came together, and it will be also very important that the different partners keep being aligned, with Vihiga County in the driver's seat, obviously, and moving towards implementation of this very nice multidisciplinary policy. I think the policy has a lot of potential for the county. Already understanding that we need to work across the disciplines, across the departments is one thing. Now a lot will depend also on how we will be able to govern that. How will we make sure that each and every department that has contributed to this policy does its part, and how will we bring those different pieces also back together to work towards a common vision of the food system transformation, towards a healthy, inclusive and resilient food system. And I think it's also a very nice way for the policy to beyond like improving food systems and food production systems, to celebrate the unique, intangible cultural heritage of Vihiga County, which is really around this local agro-biodiversity, etc. So if we get the implementation right, Vihiga could really be a model county, not only within Kenya, but I even think outside of the country.
Thank you very much, Celine. About 5 items of highlights. They looked at it and they thought it was good to start with the diets, involve all other departments, and the most important one was about the quality seeds that they needed, or the farmers need, that will translate into proper and good harvests. They also got the inclusion of other partners, relevant partners, who could be able to support the process. And finally, there were a lot of lessons that they learned, and I hope you'll be able to use them. Thank you. Manei Pelham, I think you championed the process very well. And you put in a lot of effort to support the policy development, both at grassroots and policy level. What do you think are the key enablers that will enable this policy to take shape and be implemented and adhered to? And what are some of the possible barriers that will be able to curtail the full implementation and adoption?
Thank you very much. So for this process, now we have the policy, and now the hardest thing is putting it into action. As Director Chuma initially said, there are so many policies in the shelves. So for us, for this one not to be in the shelf, we really need to work on it. And some of the key enablers for this to happen is, number one, this is a government document. So we really need the government goodwill, the county government goodwill, which we have already seen throughout this process. We want it to continue. And what I mean by this, we need this agroecology to be invested in the county investment plans, to be included there in the county integrated development plans, agriculture development plans. It should be budgeted for and be able to be included there. The other thing is on the multi-stakeholder platform. This one has worked very well in terms of even coming to this stage where we have the policy. Without the different stakeholders, it could not have been possible for us to have this policy. Policy is also a very resource-intensive activity, and we need the different stakeholders who have who have the same idea to collaborate and synergize together to be able to have a common objective, which is the policy in this place. So we need to work, and I urge all the technical working group that was working on this policy to continue beyond this launch, to be able to continue investing resources, co-creating the knowledge, and be able to share and ensure that this policy is implemented on the of the extension officers. I'm happy that I had the CEC saying there will be agroecology promoters. Yeah, I think I had that name. So I'm really happy about that, because we really need to have extension staff who are more capacity in terms of agroecology. For us who went to school to study agriculture, we were only taught on conventional agriculture. The agroecology part was not there in the university. So we still have a lot of work, Bwana Governor, to ensure that our extension staff are capacity built to be able to understand agroecology, because they are the ones to support the farmers on the ground. And I believe that one can be done even with some of us as partners. We can be able also to support that. The other thing is on education and research. We need to continue investing on research, especially farmer research. These farmers are very good researchers. There's something called participatory farmer research, where we take this research with the farmers. They work with the extension officers from the county government. They are able to identify the gaps and the recommendations that can be used for scaling up implementation. And the documentation can help in also upscaling in other counties. In terms of possible barriers, one of the biggest barriers of why the policies are lying on the shelves is the resources. We have inadequate resources. We always hear that the allocation for agriculture, it's not even near what we declared in the Malabo Declaration of 10%. So at the county level, we are not even half of it. So we really want to see how can we be able to also allocate enough resources as per the declarations that we make to agriculture, and not just agriculture, but sustainable agriculture for our food security. So we really need to see how we are going to ensure we have adequate resources for these policies to be implemented. We also, through this also, we need to bring these different stakeholders, because the government sometimes may not be able to do it by itself, but the different stakeholders can also be able to mobilize the resources. Change of leadership can also be another barrier, because we have a pro-governor here who could see that he was the one who was explaining the whole exhibition. So he really understand the agroecology. But if we have different leadership who may come and may not believe that agroecology can feed Vihiga, it may be very difficult for us to even allocate some resources as the county to the implementation of this policy. So we really need to get support, especially from the technical officers who have permanent employment at the county, to be able to ensure, even when there is change of leadership at the governor level, they can be able to continue supporting the implementation of the Vihiga agroecology policy. And then the other barrier that, as I said, is the extension officers. We really need to ensure we put more resources to our extension officers to be able to understand the issues of agroecology. And that's why you heard that we were able to take some of the extension officers to Murang'a County to go and learn. Because sometimes when you go, they say what you see is what you will be able to adapt. So we can invest in that, and I'm happy I had this demo site that I think Chumba said that can be used as a training ground for these extension officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 5 key highlights. I don't think you really require the government goodwill when the governor is sitting here himself. So you've got it. Good. Inclusion of policy into the CIDP, I think that's a major one. Multi-stakeholder platforms created for sensitization and creation of awareness, very important. And even going further, the development of curriculum included in the training institutions that we already have, the TVETs and the ATCs. And finally is the research, which is fundamental. A country without a strong research base is no country, and you're going nowhere. So the county government also needs to include and take into position the research. And I'm mentioning about research from the farmers. Those are actuals. The potential barriers are about 3. Resources, as usual. And resources could just mean knowledge and skills. And then the partner, collaboration, and change of leadership. And finally, extension officers being included and incorporated and enabled to offer their services appropriately. Thank you very much. Prof. I am with you. You equally contributed and supported the process. And a few things that might be able to create enforcement and adoption and enactment and linkages. What do you think about linkages that would strengthen the position between extension work, research, and the farmers? That's your first question. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, let me bring my greetings from the Vice Chancellor Solomon Shivairo, who is a son of this county. He was not able to be with us, but I will need a document to take to his desk. He asked for it. The key enablers or key things that we need to think about in order to strengthen agroecology in the county. One is that, and as Celine has said, I'm just touching on what she has said, we need a strong collaboration between the research, extension agents, and the farmers. I'm saying so because in the past, we have lost a lot of our innovations to other countries and partners because we didn't support them. These farmers have a lot of innovations. Some of them inherited, others they have learned through trial and error. So if we have a strong collaboration between research, farmers, and extension, we will always, the researchers in this county or the researchers in this western region will always know where the point where they can come in so that we solve the farmers' problems. The second part is the issue of participatory research. At present, most of the research institutions, we don't want to do things we think and we do research. We are open. We want to partner with the farmers and carry out that research together in the farmers' field. And the third one, which again I think has mentioned one of the barriers, and I want to urge the farmers, is your right to demand the services. I know the governor at one time, he may leave that office and he will have another governor. And I can tell you from my experience, the extension officer, let's say Chumba, may not force the incoming governor to accept. But if the voters, the farmers, the farmer groups, the youth groups, walk to that new governor and say, this is what we require, the governor will listen under the non-government organization, because I think we have used it before. When us as technocrats, employees, we are defeated, you go through the farmers, the citizens, they will force the idea to be accepted by the leadership. So we need that strong communication between research, extension, and the farmers. And the farmers, we urge you to demand your right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. 3 issues: strong collaboration between the partners and between research and the farmers. Loss of innovation. We do lose a lot, really, as a result of not being supported. The innovations are not upscaled, are not brought out. And then there's the participation of research, both at the farm level and at the research institutions. The services are demand-driven, so the farmers should be aware, and that is awareness creation, that they should demand for the services that they require. And finally, of course, the sensitization aspect that needs to be ensured that the farmers are sensitized enough. Thank you. Ordinarily, many times we sit in these halls and we do not have the farmers in our midst. Fortunately, today we have 2 farmers up on the panel, and one of them is Evans Ochuto, who is a seed multiplier. As we had said earlier, seeds are critical for us to get proper and safe food. The county government of Vihiga developed the agribusiness strategy, and as a result of that, there's a lot of youth who have come in to join agriculture as a business and as an activity. Is that the correct position? And secondly, as an ALV, African leafy vegetable multiplier, what gains do you foresee emerging through the policy, the agro policy?
It's okay, thank you. I'm Chuto Evans, Seed Bank Manager, and work with farmers. Again, I'm presenting the VN, which is supported by the GIZ. And Seed Bank have been supported by the Lands of University and SEAT. The journey of the Seed Bank started some years ago. But to answer the question, I think it is a positive shift that the county have been provided for the youth to draw a roadmap for the youth to venture in farming. I can say these have been able to resonate with the youth priorities. With such, I can say innovation, profitability, sustainability, I see such good numbers of farmers venturing in farming, doing agro-business, doing LV production, doing seed production, value addition, and even the smart farming technologies. As you know, most of the youth, they don't have the ownership of the land, but through the smart farming technology can be able to plant their vegetables, even to sell outside there. So I think that's a great thing. The gain that I see we can be able to gain as a seed multiplier, the introduction of the indigenous seed, traditional seed, and traditional knowledge, and the indigenous seed, which is supporting the small-scale farmers, a boost to their profile for the small-scale farmers who are doing seed production. Another gain that I can mention is we reduce the low production, of course, because if you implement agroecology practices, that means you're not going to buy some of we minimize the fossil fuel chemicals. Now we just adapt the local valuable material. Now this will be able to reduce the amount of the production cost in our farm. That's the thing that I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Reduction of production costs, right? And many more youth, indeed, his claims or he confirms, have been able to come into farming as a business, or many more of them have become farmers. There's also the issue of smart agriculture, which is very enticing, as youth do not have their own land and depend on their parents' land. And as a result of smart farming, many more are coming into the fold. Thank you. Mr. Calvin. Calvin is an off-taker, and you play a very important role in advancing the farmers to provide market for them. How can market incentives be created for sustainable, ecological produced goods? And secondly, what kind of environment and regulatory authorities and frameworks would make it more viable to scale up the policy and the practices?
Thank you. My name is Kelvin Kerr. I'm the governor of a company called Nadanya Green Limited with the 5 staff in Vega County. We are based in Sabatia, Izava, Lialuyo Ward, in a village called Nadanya. I want to say also thank you to GIZ in collaboration with AfriScope for taking us through business development services to enable us be in a position to carry out our business professionally. Thank you for your questions. Also, before to answer your questions, we are in the production of ALVs, dairy, fish, and also offering consulting and giving a chance for people to come and learn from our demo farm to practice agroecological principles. Now to your question. Yes, we are off-taking, and we've been off-taking. One of the incentives that needs to be done, particularly in our county, is to offer product purchase guarantee to farmers. And in this case, we are actually working with our financial partners, I will not mention their names, to be in a position to buy from farmers and pay them at delivery, so that they are not having challenges to complain that they can produce and they're not able to get a market. So that is there. The other one is about tax incentive, and this I would wish to push to the government, local and national and county government. There are taxes that are really injurious to farmers. We are talking about agroecology. It's not easy to produce crops in an ecological system compared to the synthetic production. So when I have produced and I want to sell, and you are taxing me the same as, a synthetic approach production produced, you're not fair to me. And so this is something that would request that governments take up. And as we discuss the finance bills, we'll be able to negotiate for, farmers and agroecological practices. The next thing is offering designated markets. I know Waldea, I know Rwanda, but I think there is need to allocate a specific place throughout the month, throughout the year, that this is a designated agroecological shop for Vihiga within the markets of Vihiga, and if possible, adopt this model nationally so that we have this. I would be happy if I walk to Naivas and see an agroecological shop or a Vihiga shop selling ALVs from Vihiga. Then another thing is to push something like a private partnership development to support us off-takers and the farmers, to off-take from the farmers and be able to sell to the government. The government is the huge consumer of products. I look at a case of school feeding program, Your Excellency. How can we be integrated in that program so that we promote nutrition and good way of living and health by providing locally produced vegetables or products from agriculture to be sold within our schools, so that government becomes our first to go customer for our products and be able to pay diligently. The next thing is about ensuring that we also benefit from carbon credit funds or opportunities. Through our initiatives, we are sinking a lot of carbon. Those doing mulching, those doing biogas, and those doing organic fertilizer. We are sinking carbon. But how are we benefiting from that carbon credit fund? How is it cascaded down to the local farmer to be able to appreciate that indeed these funds work? The next thing is to your second question. I talked about taxation on the first point. It also comes here on the point. If there is a possibility to provide tax rebates to us, it will help us really be able to advance and take a lot of this produce. Support to cooperative models. I am happy, Madam CEO, you mentioned that. And again, these cooperative models should be deliberate to ensure that the actual goal happens. Sometimes it's unfortunate that the people at the forefront of these cooperatives do not even have a demo place of what they are doing. So how do we expect the project or the activity or the business to succeed if the one at the fore has zero experience about it? The next thing is about financing and provision of funds or money to support these enterprises. Right now we are looking at refrigeration, and in our aspect we are thinking about solarization, also to minimize on energy. These products are not cheap. So at the point of taxation to purchase them, whether you're importing or buying locally, buy them by the resources, because we may not be having those amounts of money. So how do we get a chance with the government or the private sector to be able to leverage and I will finish by talking about conditions around packaging and weights and measures. The way we weigh our ALVs locally here, you go to the market and the women tell you, mimi situmira ratili, you don't want to weigh. How then do we quantify the cost of production and the cost out of it in form of profit or losses? It's not easy. So again, this is something that we need to embrace from government and private sector and as farmers of takers to enable the society to embrace forms of weighting and measuring to advance.
Tax incentives are requests to the county government to give consideration. The third is about the PPPs, where the partners converge together and deliberate on issues of their crops. And emerging one which is interesting is the carbon credit. How can you sensitize and enhance the knowledge and skills of the farmers to be able to claim this credit and earn money out of it. Cooperatives are really critical for any country, and I think we've had our share of cooperative issues. But strengthening the cooperative societies, that will in turn strengthen the farmers and enable them to be able to bargain and have better returns at the bottom line. And finally, all the farmers always talk about resources. I don't know which one this time, but I heard as though it was finance, which I don't think is the most important one. But he talked of resources with finance as a clear one. The last one, I think, of questions. If you don't have a second round, unfortunate, I'll start with you again. Just one and give it back to us in 1 minute. What kind of environment and or regulatory framework do you think would make it more viable to scale the practices, especially towards contract farming?
Thank you. I have actually touched on some of them. Critical is an enabling tax environment that will promote or push us to be happy in participating in this particular enterprise. None of us is in business to make losses. We are there to make business and be able to pay salaries and, live a good life. Also create employment. The other thing is a chance to set up infrastructural systems that promote this enterprise. One is the networking. How well will the county or the farmers be able to establish themselves in a network to know that Muhaya has got this kind of soil and they can do this particular LV properly, and Hamisi has got this other side, so that when me as an off-taker I'm moving around or I'm accepting the supplies, I know that this particular product has been done very well from this particular part of the county. So the system, the networking from a commerce aspect and also from a social aspect, so that we are networked to support profits. The other thing is about creating a system of post-harvest management. We have a lot of wastage that ends up in the rivers and what's not. How do we create a system whereby, like I'm happy that somebody is able to recycle, to be able to handle that waste system and convert it to energy? Or alternatively, embrace value addition. Could we have processing systems that, I have read, Your Excellency, that initially Kaimosi used to cook the food and export. I don't know where that particular opportunity went. I think it's something that we can explore through a PPP to create an enabling environment to advance this technology. Lastly is about packaging. The way somebody was talking about, Professor, brand Vihiga. When I am out there selling, say in Kisumu, Nadanya Green, people struggle to understand what is Nadanya, but they would easily embrace a Vihiga product. So is there a possibility to seal the Nadanya Green products with the county government of Vihiga seal to promote the kind of products that we have? Thank you.
Last one, which I picked, branding. Vihiga actually should brand itself, and then the enterprises should also brand their products. Evans, the last part of your question is, you do believe that the farmers should be able to access locally and adapt agroecology through appropriate seeds, what will enable them do that with ease?
It's okay, thank you. I think this by a collaboration with the other partners. We need more training on the capacity building, on the agro seed multiplication training, storage, and agroecology practices. That will enable us to do that. Another thing is policy on the policy support. Yeah, there is a lot of policy on the law whereby we multiply seed, we conserve seed, but are not really permitted to sell seed. If this policy can be strengthened enough so that we can be able to sell internally seeds here. There's something I heard in Uganda they call quality declared seeds, whereby they can be able to sell seed internally. So I really believe that can be able to help us again. Something to be done on that. Issue on collaboration and partnership, that's a major thing that we can say. If we have more research on the local improved varieties can be adapted to different ecological zone in Vihiga. Because we say maybe you have the low, upper Midland and low Midland with different climatical conditions. So some of those seeds can be adapted if they have to do more research on that, can be to be suitable with farmers in different areas. There's an issue on the market development. We have mentioned about issue on the branding, awareness, branding and awareness over this. Issue on the certification, seed certification too. That again can help us. If you really work together with the county government of Vihiga, if you help us to do that, I think that would be something good. Issue on the granting, seed granting, or to link a linkage between the microfinance with the farmers, so that can be something can be done and will help us too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One pick is about sensitization of the farmers on available good seeds. Very important for the farmers to know where to get good seeds and how to do it. It's all about transfer of knowledge and skills to the farmers. Very appropriate. Dr. Selin, what can other development partners contribute at this level and at this moment to ensure that the policy is sustainably implemented and adhered to?
There's many things that are very important, right? And we have already heard a lot of things being discussed in this panel as well. We've heard about the soil health, very critical. We've heard about how can we access seeds and continue to adapt to climate change in a changing environment. The importance, I've been talking about the importance of educating our consumers about healthy diets and why they should be consuming healthy diets so that they actually create the demand for these agroecologically safely produced foods, etc. But I'd like to take you to something totally different. So we researchers, we like to talk about what works and what doesn't work. And we don't talk enough about how things work. So I do think for this to work, and it's been brought up also already by this panel here, we must really create trust, transparency, and stakeholder alignment. That, to me, whatever innovation that you have, it might be the best in the world, but if you don't know how to implement it, how to create trust and cooperation, collaboration, you might still fail. So I think agroecology is really a nice framework who gives us the tools to talk about co-creation, to take into account indigenous knowledge, to do participatory research with the farmers, etc., etc. So I do is there to really make it happen. And let's empower communities and stakeholders to actually make their own guided choices and make things work. And that often means also as a researcher that you need to step back. You don't need to want to control everything. You need to let the process be led by farmers and then rather be facilitator of the process. And the second thing I would like to bring up, and which I've been talking about already a little bit, is indeed the big role of governance in this. How will we make sure that health, environment, agriculture, education, there was talk about homegrown school feeding, etc., etc. How can we make sure that each and everybody, also the stakeholders, the NGOs, the researchers, each and everybody contribute to peace the way they've been contributing to the policy itself, but now for the implementation, and how will Vihiga County be able to bring all these pieces back together, aligning it.
Not hard is the word trust. I think we are almost done. Inclusivity. How will the policy implementation take control and ensure that there's total inclusivity of the vulnerable teams, particularly the youth and the women and the other people living with disabilities, to ensure that they are also on the right track and adapt to the practice?
Thank you. So first, we need to ensure there is participatory governance by ensuring that the youth, the women, the elderly, and the disabled are all in the table of decision making, especially in times of implementation of this policy, so that their voices can be heard and be implemented. The other thing is we should not assume that the local community does not have the knowledge, so we should be able to incorporate the local knowledge or the indigenous knowledge so that we can be able to foster co-creation of knowledge and collaborations among the different stakeholders. The other thing is to ensure that we have access to markets, especially for these women. They are struggling producing, but we have not linked them to the markets. We need to ensure that they have incomes at the end of their production so that they can be able to continue sustaining their households. Then we also need to ensure we address challenges of factors of production like land and capital. Women still are not accessing land. We have a policy which has given women a right to own and the land, but are they accessing it? Still not working on the ground. So we really need to work as the government to ensure that women achieve and they can be able to own the land as per the policies that is there in the country. We should also be able to ensure that they can be able to access credit to be able to support them in terms of upscaling their agro enterprises. The other important thing is when we are doing this capacity building, even if it's learning and exchange visits, capacity building on agroecology, we should be able to prioritize women and youth to be in these groups too, so that they can take the higher number. They are the ones who go back to the households and implement what they have been taught. The other thing is to ensure that we invest in scalable models by the youth, and I'm happy the governor was really interested in knowing how can he support these youth so that they can be able to upscale their agro enterprises, bring income to their pockets, as well as reduce the waste that is in the county. The other thing is to have a comprehensive M&D framework that will be able to evaluate and see how is the policy working and is it ensuring inclusivity of all the stakeholders in the county. And the last one is someone who talked about the school feeding program. We can invest as the county on the 4K clubs that are in the schools so that they can be able to start their agroecological gardens to produce their food, safe food, and be able to sustain the school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the panelists' contribution. I think what has emerged in this last one is transfer of knowledge and skills and inclusion, making sure that the women and the youths are included in a lot of the producer groups. Have we ever thought why women trade in agricultural produce a lot? In the markets you go, you find 80% are women. Why? Why do you get a lot of women in the markets? Prof, I see you smiling at me. I've caught you off guard. It's all about food security. It's all about food security. The women will barter trade with their produce within the market when they don't have money to ensure their children eat. Thank you. We'll open the floor for questions or concerns. Make them very sharp and short and clear. And direct your concern or question to a particular person within the panel that you want to respond to it. The floor is open. Where's our mic? There should be a mic in the crowd. should be a mic in the crowd. Who takes the first lot? Now it means we have done very well, so there's nobody. Oh, there's one person, okay.
My name is Mzemika Mukoko. I'm from Luanda Ward, Vika Sub-County. Let me now build the cat. I'm going to scare a few people here because I'm going to come up with a very open question. And I'm targeting one person seated there, Professor Awiti. We have serious agroecological initiatives. How can we upscale them? I'll give you an example. Like now, we have a farmer in Bigger County who has designed an effective system for biodiesel production. It's ready now to move. Number two, we are talking about a seamless
you would love to take a round of 4 or 3, 1.
We've been working on the community seed bank now for quite some years, and there's all these things, you start small and then you grow. I'm wondering a little bit, and obviously, yes, there is an issue of communication that you raised and was part of this panel discussion, but then there is also knowledge, spread of voice, and so on. I was wondering to what extent the demand for the traditional leafy vegetables have been grown over the years, and if you see that there is a broader kind of awareness and demand by the farmers themselves to actually acquire those seeds and be able to produce the African leafy vegetables.
Thank you very much. Lady?
Mine will be a bit unique, and I direct it to our governor. An example, I'll link it with the settlement scheme. We have farmers there who grow maize and have dairy. And these farmers don't really go to, don't go selling into markets. We have people who go to homes, to various homes, and pick milk and still bring their payment on weekly basis in their homes. We also have people who go get maize and pay farmers in their homes. Now, for our case in Vihiga, some of us have bananas. We don't have places to take bananas. Can you struggle and get a market for such a product? You get bananas rotting in various homes because they do not know where to take. Can't we have agents who can come for such a crops, get out of the farmers' farms and pay them? We have farmers who are growing groundnuts in plenty. They don't know where to take groundnuts. When they go to Luanda, it's like those groundnuts cannot be planted. Where do they come from? Where can we take our products? We are a bit stranded.
Thank you very much. I'll not ask the governor to respond. I think he'll have his time. When he comes up, he'll respond. Then the final question. There was a hand up next to, yeah.
We are launching the Vihiga County Agro-Ecology government. No, I know what I'm saying. We are launching the Agro-Ecology government. So what do you plan to achieve in the next 100 days? My second question.
Who are you directing it to? To the chief officer?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
My second question. How are you planning to measure and evaluate the success of the policy? My last question. There are many Gen Zs who don't know about the agroecology. How do you plan to preach to them this agroecology? Thank you.
And incorporate them. Thank you very much. We'll have a response. We are co-opting you, Professor, into the panel. You have been forced into it. So you'll respond to the first one, and then Pardon? Prof, you didn't have a question. Do you have a question, Prof? No. You have a question? Pardon? He doesn't have a question. So you'll only respond, and then there's, we have closed the questions now because I didn't see hands up. I know you'll stone me, it's okay. Then Chief Officer, I think the rest have done very well. Huh? Prof, if you, where is the mic? Where is the mic? Kiss it, Prof, eh?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkoko. Good to see you again. I think, classically there are several ways to scale. So you need markets, incentives, you need policies, and institutions. And for what you're describing, I think, we've had this discussion. How do we bring research to shine a light on the wonderful work and innovation that is coming from farmers, for example? Because then we need to move to certification of those products. For example, bioshare, show the efficacy of that, the effect size on, say, production. If you apply all of these things that you're producing, what difference does it make in yield? How does it improve soil quality, and how does that yield transfer into household economic benefits? So that's one part. So there's the research component. Then there is the markets and certification of those products to then put these in the hands of farmers and create an enterprise with supply, demand, etc., to create that path to demand. And I think the first step that we've done today that is critical to that scaling is the policy component. That now there is an agroecology policy, and if you look at the detailed elements of the implementation, there's a huge focus on soil health as a critical part, and then there is market development and products. So it's not just the agroecology products, but also the inputs that are required to create that agroecological transformation. So I think that's kind of important. And I think the institutions, the panelists have talked about multi-stakeholder platforms and participatory guarantee schemes, for example, as a pathway to start valorizing and recognizing these products. I think we are making baby steps. I can understand your frustration that we need to move much faster because the problem is really urgent. Like the governor said many times, our soils are ecologically dead. What we are doing with fertilizer, you can do with sand. So we are not putting the microbes, we are not putting the aggregate structure of the soil and the capacity of the soil to ameliorate even some of the effects of fertilizer application like secondary acidification, etc. So the soil is just sitting there passive and dead. So how do we resuscitate that? So that's the urgency of the question you're asking. And the response, I think, is the far-sighted vision of the county to start with a policy and then start moving into implementation and then bring in the commerce and the industry and the enterprises that support farmers to produce.
Thank you very much. Madam Chief Officer, I think the rest are yours.
Thank you so much. One of the questions that was asked by Mama Ada to the governor, I would say that we have banana aggregation centers. There's one in Hamisi, buying all the bananas in Tiriki West and Hamisi. We have another one in Monoyo, which is buying all the bananas. So if you have bananas, please take them to Hamisi. We have also Monoyo, and they are doing value addition to those bananas. So we have aggregation centers put in place. Currently, you can take them there. Market is ready. Also want to say that there's another question that was asked, what we want to do, RRI initiative. In the next 100 days, we want to measure this by seeing the number of farmers who are going to be trained within 100 days. And I want to appreciate the CASCOM Act that we've already been ascended to by His Excellency the Governor. We have the CASCOM Act in place, which has brought on one platform all the partners within the county, so that we are able to bring together our loose ends to know who is training who and on what they're training. So we are able to aggregate our training and harmonize our sensitizations to ensure that our farmers are trained on agroecological practices. One thing I want to make clear is that we are not saying do not use chemicals.
we are saying that let us use and advocate for bio inputs. So the efficiency, how much do you apply? Even if you have the organic fertilizer and you over-fertilize your farm, you're not going to produce quality food. So what we are saying is the efficiency in the utilization of the farm inputs is very, very important. And that concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Give it to...
It's okay. There's a question asked by the Dr. Father Carlo. He asked about the coverage, how many people there, and the knowledge to be transferred by the community seed bank. Since we started the journey early 2014, but when we started, that many things are not working well. Reach a time that we have only 6 custodians farmers. To show that the knowledge has been spread in Viga County, we have been able to raise 30 custodians farmers who can help us to do seed multiplication. And again, we have come up with the re-raised seed bank, around 10 re-raised seed bank in all Viga County. We have been working with 4 sub-counties. But over this year, I've been able to integrate another 6 more groups in Hamisi, in Sabatia. Now there's a coverage. And the reason why we add that custodians farmers, now most people, they come from Hamisi sub-county to Mhaya where the seed bank is. Now they use a lot of money from transportation to take some planting material there. So we decide now to build another seed bank, small seed bank in those sub-counties where our farmers belong there. So I see there is a big coverage. Now the acceptance, people that really accept the indigenous seed. Again, most of these seeds, some people believe that they have the medicinal value. So that's why people are really taking a lot of them. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I need some permission. The governor always has a lot of technical support around him. And it would not be right for us to let the governor respond to all these things when the Minister of Agriculture is in house. She has responded, but I think you can also crown it up.
Yeah, thank you. There was a question that was also directed to the governor about, and it was, a farmer said this question is very unique. I want just to tell farmers that the plans are underway and we are already doing a strategy on how we are going to do that. The most challenging that we have had as a county is volumes. And that's why now we have this program called Enough CDP, which is now leveraging on having aggregation centers and supporting farmer producer, and also supporting the SACCO. Through this SACCO, and this SACCO is supposed to be targeting a particular value chain. So we'll be able to have volumes. And another thing is, we want also to go to international market. How do we do this? Most international market, we also satisfied our produce with the relevant government entities to enable us to be able to do the international market. So the moment we'll be able to achieve the volumes, like in milk, we have supported dairy cooperatives, which are supposed to be doing that. We have even given us and a motorbike to do that. But for crops, we are also doing that. We also support that through the program, and in short while, we'll be able to say that with the development of the CAIP, the County Aggregation and Industrial Park at Rwanda, we are optimistic that this farmer producer will be able, and the SACCO, will be able to collect so that they can be able to take to the aggregation center at Rwanda. And that way, farmers will be able to make money.
Well put and well concluded. Farmers will be able to make more money. One issue that we didn't touch on, unfortunately, is about our innovations, patenting our innovations and protecting them and making them secure. Yeah. Globally, we are known for M-Pesa. We didn't patent it. But we should patent our innovations and secure them appropriately. There's no policy that is dead. All policies should be alive. And the policies are as strong as its enforcement. That's what makes the difference. Adaptation by the public and enforcement and adhering to it. We wish Vihiga County all the best. You've set the example for the Western Bloc, and I think everybody else will follow suit. Thank you very much, my panelists. You are so good and so kind. To everybody, shukran.
Let's add them some rounds of applause, please. Asanteni sana, many thanks. Our panelists, that was well done. That was quite informative. Asante sana. Remember, we are live on our social media platforms. That is Facebook, County Government of Vihiga. We also have, we are also broadcasting live through our governor's Facebook page, Wilbur Hasilwa Otichilo. Ensure that it's the page with the blue verified Facebook mark. And I think what Ms. Manei said here caught my attention. She said that the governor was explaining almost everything at the exhibition booth. You know, that's really, that reminds me of His Excellency. You know, His Excellency, when you take to him a document, he goes through, those of you who have taken documents to him for maybe perusal, he goes through them word by word. Utampelekea tu alafu asign ama utampelekea sema tu haiko sawa, like other governors, and therefore maybe it could be our prayer that the constitution can somehow be changed to allow him to add him a term. Mama mnaonaje? And I know when he gets another term, I think my friend Chumba can maybe get some sort of appointment, because he tells me that he's doing his PhD in sustainable agriculture. Kufikia hapo basi, mabibi na mabwana, naomba nimkaribisha waziri wetu wa kilimo Mheshimiwa Nicholas Kitungulu aweze pia kupatia partners wetu Alan, are we ready? They told me they are working on the logistics. Are we ready? Okay, they are working on sound. Once you are ready, you will please inform me. Fine. Let's welcome our CSC Agriculture to kindly recognize our partners and maybe give a few of them, or rather all of them, a chance to introduce themselves and maybe say a word. Karibu Waziri.
Thank you. I will take this opportunity to just be brief and welcome the partners so they can do self-introduction and what they do. Partners. GIZ. I know GIZ is here. Please, let's come and introduce yourself, please.
CSC, you're here. Honorable Chief Officer, dear Ruben, I've seen as well the CC of Trade. I don't see him now. I hope he's here as well. All protocols observed, I'm very happy to be here. My name is Ralf Barthelmes. I'm the project manager of the project called Agri-Jobs for Youth, which is a project that supports youth employment in the agri-food system. We have quite some colleagues here as well in the room. I guess you know some of them. Am I allowed to ask you to stand up? So I kindly ask the colleagues to stand up as well, that are doing wonderful work in 5 counties in Western Kenya, and one of these counties is Vihiga. So you see them here. We are doing quite a lot of things that are actually very much linked to the agro-ecology policy. We are supporting farmer service centers that do already distribute and disseminate agroecological knowledge, agroecological inputs, agroecological advisory service. And a few weeks back, we had a meeting with all 5 counties about the question how the Farmer Service Center, which is kind of a private sector-led extension to agriculture, how this can be linked and complement the work of the public extension in the counties, such as in Vihiga County. And there were many very wonderful ideas. We are going to follow it up as well here in Vihiga, that this can be done, this can be promoted. We heard from Professor the question of how to handle garbage. We have a project within our project called Bis Ingira, where we brought together the youth organization here of Vihiga, for example, Vian, with an enterprise that is active in Western Kenya to produce bio-products, biofertilizers, composts, vermijuice, vermicompost, and all these things. We are helping them to make it a business. They are getting trained by that entrepreneur. They are getting markets by the entrepreneur. They will become ecopreneurs in order to promote as well the production, the utilization of fertilizer from the basis of agriculture. We have promoted the elaboration of the County Youth and Agribusiness Strategy. And some of you know us. We are the ones as well that don't stop there when the document is there. We are the ones supporting the counties in implementing it. And one element to implement is that we supported the County of Vihiga to have a youth agribusiness committee. This committee is run by the county. And this committee is not only in Department of Agriculture. There are many other departments involved in this, what we call it, YAKU, to support the county to implement interventions that are mentioned in the County Youth Agribusiness Strategy. And I very much believe that this YAKU in Vihiga is a very wonderful vehicle as well to support the county and implement the agro-ecological policy. So there are many things that we are doing already, and we are very, very happy that with the launch of the agro-ecological policy of Vihiga, that there is now a guiding document that will guide all of us in really harmonizing and putting even more effort into the topic of agroecology. Because we haven't said it very loudly today. What will happen if we will not implement this strategy? Just think about it. What will happen in 20 years if we don't venture into agroecology? Maybe there won't be any tea processing anymore here in Vihiga as well because the temperatures are too high. Maybe there won't be any fish production anymore in the Lake Victoria because the water in Lake Victoria gets too warm. Maybe the water tips over and you can't produce any fish anymore. Maybe we won't have any maize production anymore. We can't eat any ugali anymore because we already learned yesterday as well that when you think about it, the production of ugali, the productivity of ugali actually has not really increased. It has decreased because of the dead soil we were talking about. If we don't do agroecology, we don't only have dead soils, we will have dead waters, we will have maybe even dead air, and we will have really a big problem. So therefore, I want to assure the County of Vihiga that we, Agri-Jobs for Youth, are at your side in implementing the agroecology policy. We are doing all what we can do to make it a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Pella, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Governor, County Commissioner, all leaders of Vihiga County, all guests present, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So my name is Manei Nanyu. I'm the head of programs at Pelham Kenya. Pelham Kenya is Participatory Ecological Land Use Management. It's a network of civil society organizations promoting agroecological principles and practices among the smallholder farmers of Kenya. So please receive also greetings from our country coordinator, Ms. Rosina Mbenya, who could not make it to this function due to some other engagements. I am humbled on this opportunity to give some remarks on behalf of Pelham Kenya, more so excited to be part of this great milestone of Vihiga County. Congratulations, Vihiga County, led by the Governor, the County Executive Committee member, Chief Officer, County Director of Agriculture, all the technical officers from the Ministry of Agriculture, line ministries, partners who have supported the process, and smallholder farmers from this great county. Agroecology, which applies ecological principle, is increasingly recognized as a vital backbone for food and nutrition security, particularly in regions facing climate change, resource scarcity, and social inequities. By emphasizing sustainable farming practices, biodiversity, and local knowledge, agroecology can enhance resilience, improve soil health, and empower smallholder farmers, ultimately contributing to more sustainable and equitable food system. Agroecology strives for the transformation of food systems to sustainably feed a growing population while conserving nature and strengthening community. I urge all of you here to work towards challenging some of these false narratives that are being peddled, like agroecology cannot feed the world. Agroecology can actually feed the world and can feed Vihiga County. I think you've seen in the exhibition how farmers are producing, and that is what we want. We don't want big monocultures that we promote and are not sustainable. So let us challenge those narratives and show that Vihiga can actually sustain itself through agroecology. Vihiga County is the second county with an agroecology policy after the Murang'a County. We are also currently working with Makueni County, Trans Nzoia County, and Laikipia County in the development of the agroecological policy, which we look forward to launching them by end of this year. Pelham Kenya and its member organization are proud to be part of these processes and will continue working with these governments and other partners in ensuring that we have an enabling environment for agroecology to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, this launch comes at an important time and after the recently launched the National Agroecology Strategy for Food System Transformation that is to be domesticated in all the counties in the country. Pelham Kenya and other partners are working towards development of a comprehensive framework for the domestication of the strategy at the county level policy, and also developing the result measurement and reporting framework for the National Agroecology Strategy implementation. These tools will be key in ensuring guided implementation of agroecology policies and strategies at the county level. Pelham Kenya commits, Bwana Governor, to continue supporting Vihiga County in ensuring that this policy is implemented across the county to benefit all the smallholder farmers and the county at large. Finally, allow me to appreciate our member organization. BioG was one of the ones that was demonstrating outside there. BioG, are you here? Ferdinand? Okay, sorry, if he's not here, but BioG is one of the member organizations that we are working with in Vihiga. And we also have ADS Western, who else? I don't know if they are here, but those are the member organizations that we work with here, and we appreciate their work. I would like also to appreciate the Intersectoral Forum for Agrobiodiversity and Agroecology, that is ISFA, platform at the national level, which has given us a platform to advance the food system transformation agenda. Funding partners like BioVision Foundation, who have been key in providing resources to support these processes and strengthen local structures. Our partners like Alliance for Biodiversity, SIAT, who have been able to synergize together in this process to ensure that today we have these policies. And finally, our smallholder farmers who have continuously showcased that agroecology can feed the world. Congratulations, Vihiga County, and thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Madam. Next, Alliance of Biodiversity. Please, you're welcome to the stage. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Vihiga County, the County Commissioner, CSE, Chief Officer, all county departments, distinguished guests, fellow partners, farmers, and other stakeholders.
the agroecology policy. But if you have a close look at the policy, what is truly inspiring, I think, is that it is transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary in nature, with the different departments coming together. And the policy is also applauded for explicitly taking into account and for its efforts to include vulnerable and marginalized populations. So Biodiversity International started working uninterrupted since 2014 in the county with a very humble idea that by promoting agricultural biodiversity we could improve diets, documenting local knowledge around agricultural biodiversity and trying to close dietary gaps. Something else that we are very fond of is the co-creation. Even though back in 2014 nobody talked about co-creation, we started developing community action plans, also with the group that Evans belongs to, in order to take the communities through a process for them to identify which type of innovations and interventions they would like to implement. And they obviously came up with traditional leafy vegetables. It wasn't a big surprise given the cultural heritage of Vihiga County here. Once the plans were developed, we then worked again with the county health department, the community health promoters, back in the time they were called volunteers, but also with the agriculture extension workers, and the local NGOs. We had a number of them. We still work with Bioji, Seed Savers Network, etc., in order to implement the community action plans. And up till 2 rounds, we had positive, significantly positive effects on the diet quality of children, young children, and mothers. And this is an important indicator for diets and nutrition, with also the Department of Nutrition recognizing that there were much less malnutrition issues in the different sublocations where we had been working. So based on this early success, as I was already mentioning during the panel, we ran into the problem of availability of quality seeds, and that's where the idea of the community seed bank was born. Community seed banking is not new. My colleague Carlo has been working on it for quite a while, but Vihiga County was the first county in Kenya to have a community seed bank on traditional leafy vegetables. Some of these varieties you cannot find anywhere else in this country. So today the seed bank contains 50 different varieties. Go and have a look, it's really amazing. Besides the vegetables, meanwhile, we added 70 varieties of beans, 15 sorghums, millets, mother block of fruit trees, and we are still working on indigenous trees, as they have multiple functions, also in terms of soil erosion, windbreaks, etc., etc. We are very delighted to see a lot of these topics also figuring in the agroecology policy, in the multi-sectoral policy. Thinking about indigenous knowledge, valuing and supporting local genetic resources in community seed banks, consumption of safe and nutritious foods, healthy diets based on local agrobiodiversity, but also the co-creation and the participatory adaptive research on agrobiodiversity. So I really invite everybody to go and have a deeper look in the very interesting policy. Finally, I would like to have a little focus on how we walked the journey as the Alliance together with the county from back in 2022, where we were sensitizing stakeholders together with ISFA, the Intersectoral Forum for Agrobiodiversity and Agroecology, and PELUM. We started sensitizing stakeholders, different county departments, but also grassroots organizations such as ROA, Bioji, etc., which led to the formation of a multi-sectoral agroecology technical working group. Following that, we worked towards integration of agroecology and agrobiodiversity in the county integrated development plan. Somebody mentioned it should be part of the county integrated development plan. Actually, there's already quite a bit that is part of that plan. There was a technical working group formed, and we have seen all the members. Our colleague Lilian was also part of that working group, which was done working on the policy, going from workshop to workshop, designing it, redesigning it, inputting inputs, etc. Finally, back in 2024, we could go ahead with stakeholder engagement. Very interesting process also, starting with the honorable members of the county assembly, but also going through the public in all the different sub-counties, integrating all the inputs and comments into the policy. And eventually it was approved in February this year, and here we are to celebrate this journey together. Everybody mentioned it already. it cannot be insisted enough. I think the bigger task is yet, how will we implement it? How will each and everybody assume their roles? We've already commitments from the different partners. Alliance of Biodiversity International also still here, committed to contribute to the implementation of the policy. The policy is multi-sectoral, points to different cross-cutting issues and calls definitely for partnerships and synergies from all stakeholders. I would also like to give Carlo a little word to talk about probably nature positive.
Thank you very much, Celine. Yeah, just a few additional words about the work of the Alliance. And Excellency, I would like also to praise the work that you and your government have made in putting this policy forward. As my friend Alex says, this is not given, this is not straightforward. Everybody seems to think that it's important sustainability, but in the end of the day, it's not so straightforward that agroecology is the solution. And I think that the government of Vihiga proved to be brave enough to be able to talk explicitly about agroecology. We also saw from the Kampala Declaration a couple of months ago that agroecology was not accepted. So that shows how difficult it is and how courageous the government has been in promoting an agroecology policy. I think another part of the contribution that the Alliance of Biodiversity and SIA, together with the number of partners, has been the nature positive. The nature positive brought all the different dimensions about soil management, water management, integration of poultry, agrobiodiversity into one kind of specific framework. And I think that was very also useful in the conversation during the technical working group to have a broad aspect, a kind of system approach towards agroecology. And from being the global lead of Nature Positive, this is really one of the flagship achievements that the initiative has been able to achieve, to be here today celebrating this policy, which we've been supporting in a very intense way. I would like also to remind maybe one point that is very keen to me, because this is where my technical background is, and it's about the seeds and the agrobiodiversity. I think that, and that was really kind of a very important part of this policy. We heard it during the panel discussion, we heard from the farmers, etc. But the agrobiodiversity to me is not just the seeds as such. I think it's really about the cultural heritage. It's about being proud of what we are and who we are. At some point, people came and they say, oh, your seeds are not good, now you need to use these one seeds. And somehow this became a kind of mainstream, and there has been a lot of loss and degradation of agrobiodiversity across the world, not only in Vihiga. And in the past 25 years, in a number of countries, I've been really busy to show that, in fact, this agrobiodiversity is very good for the countries, is very good for the farmers, is very good for the consumers. And I think that it is very important also to note around the seeds and the community seed bank that it's an empowerment mechanism. Farmers have control over what they grow. It's not someone else dictating what they need to grow. And that empowerment, that sense of having control on such an important resource, which ultimately is the food that we put in our mouth, is a very important aspect. In my view, is a very important political statement that we need to take into account. And that's why when Celine was talking about putting the beans and other type of products, it comes because the community seed banks in Vihiga, in Uganda, in Nyando, your neighboring Kisumu County, they are connected in network. They come, they exchange seeds, they have the seed fairs. And that exchange allows the genetic diversity and the diversity in each of these locations to actually grow. It allows the seeds to be repatriated. So I think that we need to keep forging these networks and partnership across the farmers' communities in order to keep empowering them and ultimately to be able to go to the next governor who may not be very inclined towards agroecology and say, this is what we want. We need to continue along those pathways. Thank you very much. All the best. I reiterate the commitment of the Alliance to keep supporting the implementation of this important policy. So you will see us around for some times again. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the documentary is ready. Your Excellency, you can allow me so that we go back to documentary, and then thereafter we'll go back to giving our partners space to say a word. Thank you.
Many thanks, Waziri. Let's appreciate our Waziri, please. Fine. Maybe on a standby mode, our team, please. Mike, in a count of 3, 2, 1.
Monoculture technique of farming and use of inorganic fertilizer are the most notable reasons contributing
agricultural production deficiency that not only leaves Vihiga residents hungry, but also are agroeconomical hazards that continuously pollute our ecosystem. This worrying scenario has left the wealthy rural county with no option but to import most of its farm produce to feed its ballooning population, a situation that bothers lead farmers that are already practicing pure organic farming.
The danger comes across in a way that with the continued using of artificial fertilizers, we all know our land has been overused. And you realize in our small parcels of land, we plant in maize and beans throughout the periods, year in, year out. The production does not improve at all, and yet our mouths have improved. Therefore, the danger that is just scaring us is about the food security. We don't have food.
It's due to these factors that the county government of Vihiga, through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, has developed an agro-ecology policy that will realize the correlation of the environment and agriculture, hence utilization of organic agricultural practices.
After ignoring the nature-based agricultural farming, and this has led to degradation of soils, low production of crops, and therefore a major danger in food security and human livelihoods.
Coming second after Murang'a County, agroecology in Vihiga will hold a significant promise for addressing pressing agricultural challenges, given that agriculture dominates the county's economy with 80% of the population engaging in smallholder farming.
Policy arose when we started, dialogues with various stakeholders on the status of agrobiodiversity specifically in Vihiga County. Through a number of surveys that we have done, it was evident that slowly Vihiga County was losing its rich agrobiodiversity, and there was need to start conserving this agrobiodiversity. There was also need to venture more into sustainable farming practices, because with some soil analysis here and there across the county, it was realized that our soils are also declining in terms of fertility. And there was need, this was a wake-up call, that action needed to be taken.
The second county in the country to formulate agroecology policy. The first county that has done so and is implementing is Murang'a. We found it absolutely necessary to have this policy because Vihiga is largely agricultural county, and most of our agriculture is mainly subsistence in nature. That's producing food, producing crops, and food for basically survival. We as a county decided that we must retract our steps and re-engineer our soils so that they can become fertile again, and introduce agro-ecological process production systems that will ensure that the soils continue to thrive, but at the same time to be productive. When we abandoned nature-based agriculture, people went in for monoculture, from mixed farming to monoculture.
Agroecology is underpinned by a set of principles that guide sustainable food production, adapted from the Food and Agriculture Organization and a high-level panel of experts. The principles are particularly applicable to Vihiga County and will address the challenges, which includes land scarcity, soil nutrient depletion, rural-urban migration, and need for climate-smart farming systems.
Is to understand what resources we have that could support what we think is an urgent mission to recapitalize our soils, to rebuild what we think are critical reserves of organic matter in our soils. Our biggest challenge for soils in most of Western Kenya, Central Kenya and Eastern Kenya is actually a staggering deficit of carbon. Our soils are very low in carbon, and for the most part they are also prone to what we call secondary acidification.
Umuhimu wa agroecology policy tukiwa nayo itatusaidia, itatuwezesha jinsi ya kushughulikia mambo ya ekolojia, mambo ya food systems, ndiposa tuwe na chakula ambayo imetengezwa vizuri, chakula ambayo imekuzwa vizuri, kwa sababu tuko na mabadiliko ya hali ya anga. Na kwa sababu ya hiyo mabadiliko tunasema tukue na systems, tukue na policy ambayo itatuelekeza ama itatuguide on how we carry out to do our farming practices.
However, through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, various lead farmers are already demonstrating principles of agroecology, a move that is expected to scale down to more farmers in Vihiga. Zenith Dean, founder of Razak Fish Farm, a value chain actor in blue economy who ventures into aquaculture and appreciates pure organic farming, says it's the only way Vihiga can fill its food basket.
So they say necessity is the mother of invention. When I started fish farming, I realized the ponds have to be fertilized, and best fertilized by organic fertilizer. So came about the chicken, came about the cows and the goats. So we have no problem in managing our waste from the cows, from the goats. You can see on this farm we cook on biogas, renewed clean energy. So from the cows, it gives us cow dung for our biogas. Then at the end of that, the byproduct that is slurry now goes to fertilize our crops, meaning bananas. And then I do quite some napier grass. So napier grass also we do organic fertilizer from the cows, from the goats, from the chicken. The horticulture also, we don't do artificial fertilizer. We again just do 100% organic fertilizer. And the way the layout of this farm, you can see nothing goes to waste. From the cows to the biogas, from the biogas to the fish, from the fish to the plants. And the layout is done in such a way that nothing goes out of this farm. I think I always say, like, from where I sit, from where I practice, from where I live, practicing what I do on day-to-day basis and seeing my production improving, I wish the other farmers would embrace that. But as a person, yes, I've started small, I'm growing, I have a group, I share with them, and I believe it's not like what I'm doing today is not like what I did last year. I have a few farmers who have embraced. But how I wish we can do it more of us.
51-year-old Christopher Itaye, a farmer in Sabatia, demonstrates how increased adoption of sustainable practices have reported improved yields through intercropping and ALVs, meeting local nutritional needs.
Baada ya kumaliza class 8 join form 1 kafanya mpaka form 4. Alafu kuanzia pale sikuendelea sana. Lakini attend kitu kama seminars, kama kuna field days mahali fulani huwa na attend. Sasa nimemchochea sana, napenda sana. Mimi juzi nimefanya na mashirika mengine kama walikuwa wanajifunza kama RPK, alafu science program. Na technologies za Ministry of Agriculture na mahali sasa kama anafunza mbinu kama mbinu technology, kupanda aina mbegu, kutengeneza mitaro. Hapo nilikuwa najifunza hapo. Hapa napanda vitu kadhaa. Nafanya mambo ya horticulture, kuanzia kwa mboga, mahindi, mawele, at least variety ya vyakula. Because hiki kata naweza pata hii kulingana na msimu. Alafu wanafanya rotation. Nikipanda hapa mahindi, next naweka maharagwe, next naweka na mbadilisha. Nimejaribu kwa sababu tena nina kikundi. Tunaita Chebena Center Group. Sasa vile tunakutana, most of wanakuja hapa. Alafu tunajifunza na kufundisha hii na hii. Hata kuna mbegu najaribu kuwapatia kidogo. Na kwenda kupanda. So that sio mimi pekee kama ya soya. So nitakuweka nayo.
Officially open this Vihiga Nutrition and Community Seed Bank.
Under Vihiga Seed Community and Seed Bank Organization, farmers are adopting enhanced food security and nutrition through the conservation of traditional crops at the seed bank, which has revived nutrient-rich varieties, improving dietary diversity. Processing units have reduced post-harvest losses, previously up to 30% of grains, ensuring year-round food availability.
Kwa hapa seed bank tuko na mbegu zetu za kienyeji ambapo tunaweza kuhifadhi kwa kiwango mbalimbali. Kama vile tuko na mbegu zetu kama vile ukiangalia pale tuko na mitoo, kanda mitoo tuko na mbegu mbili za mitoo. Tuko na mbegu ya mitoo milulu na mitoo mioma. Hata hapo kwa mitoo tuko ukiangalia hapa tuko na amaranth. Amaranth tuko na mbegu mbalimbali za amaranth, tuko na dodo, tuko na bivokoi ambapo inaenda kupotea sana. Lakini kwa seed bank tutaipata kwa seed bank. Tena kwa seed bank tunahifadhi mbegu zetu kutumia mtindo wa kisasa ambapo ni chupa kama hii. Tunaiwekea mbegu yetu hapa na inaweza kaa zaidi. Kuharibika kwake itakuwa ngumu. Kwa sababu tumefunga vifuniko zetu ziko airtight, hakuna hewa kuingia ndani. Na mbegu zetu ziko salama na ziko safi. Kama nyumbani kwako umekosa chupa kama hiyo, tuko na kitu kama hii guard esmuka ambapo tunamwaga mbegu zetu ndani, tunafunika, mbegu zetu zinakaa. Pia hapa kwa seed bank tuko na njia tofauti jinsi ya kuhifadhi mbegu zetu. Tunatumia matawi yetu ya local kama vile maua malulu, unakatakata kidogo na unakausha, unachanganya kwa mbegu zako. Tuko na litifali bricks powder. Chukua litifali yako vizuri, unagwara inakuwa powder, unga unachanganya kwa mbegu yako. Tuko na mbinu nyingine ile ya zamani, lipohe, jivu, ash. Unachukua jivu, unaweka kwa mbegu yako, unafunika. Wadudu wataingia kwa kuharibu mbegu yako sana. Tuko na dawa nyingine inaitwa mwarobaini. Mwarobaini pia inasaidia kuhifadhi mbegu zetu zisiliwe na madudu. Tuko na dawa nyingine tena inaitwa evimenenua. Chukua mbegu yako, chukua dawa yako evimenenua, kausha chini ya kivuli. Sugua ikue jivu. Weka kwa mbegu zako. Wadudu kuingia kwa mbegu zako itakuwa ni balaa.
Agroecology is underpinned by a set of principles that guide sustainable food production, adapted from the Food and Agriculture Organization and a high-level panel of experts. The principles are particularly applicable to Vihiga County and will address the challenges, which includes land scarcity, soil nutrient depletion, rural-urban migration, and need for climate-smart farming systems.
We have various principles that govern agroecology because we are saying that we have to be responsible even on how we manage those natural features within our midst. And as we do that, we are taking care of the health of the human being, health of the animals within our reach, and health of our crops. Various farmers from various areas, including Kisumu and Nandi, and within Vihiga. Now, among the farmers we've invited, we picked on key farmers, those that we've been utilizing on different value chains. And as we do that, we are saying that we want these farmers to be able to tell the other farmers the story of agroecology. How can they manage their ecosystems?
Value chain potentials through early discussions on business models have identified opportunities for aggregating manure and crop residues into marketable compost. There is potential for utilizing solid waste from slaughterhouses to produce organic fertilizers.
On my farm, I'm doing raised beds because my land is a bit slopey. So I do the raised beds to prevent soil erosion and also to improve soil aeration to my crops. So the raised beds, on a standard raised bed, the measurements is around 1.5 meters by 6 meters. So it is easy to make a bed like this and get some money from selling the ALVs rather than just sitting at home and waiting to get a job. So organic farming is easier because I just use the readily available materials to prepare my manure and also to produce the crops on my farm.
This policy targets to mainstream agroecology into county plans, sustainable landscape management, soil regeneration, and reduced reliance on external inputs.
The governor's manifesto, the governor's support. His Excellency the Governor has given us a very, very, very big support in this process. And if you look at the County Integrated Development Plan, you will find the policy, the process, and the implementation framework is captured, is envisioned in the CIDP. So one of the quick returns we are going to see after this launch is actually implementing climate smart agriculture practices with the legal backing. We are going to have agroecology agripreneurs who are already working to inspect our foods in the market. We are going to see a lot of subsidized inputs leaning towards organic types of
The policy will also address food safety concerns, the deteriorating soil health status, and vulnerability of youth and women in agriculture.
One I'll say, information or knowledge is very, very important. Probably they have not embraced, the farmers around in Vihiga have not embraced the agroecology for not knowing. Therefore, information or knowledge is very, very important. How I expect the other partners, the players along the value chain within the agroecology system to inform the rest of us.
Essentially what we're trying to understand is how do you solve this biomass crisis using the resources that we have? And then how do you bring policy? And then how do you bring science? And then how do you bring investment opportunities to then turn these into a commercial, scalable, usable model? So there's small farmers who have very little land, so they don't produce enough biomass. They would have to rely on purchased biomass that is processed and ready to use of some form. So we're trying to create both ends of the spectrum, understand what is possible at the small scale with existing material, understand what is possible on a large commercial scale, to then turn that into commercial scale. The policy comes in the sense that how do we then make biomass resources and organic resources as part of the input subsidy for farmers.
We started with the piloting, with the specialized, with our contact farmers. But yes, we are going to expand it to the entire county. And you remember last year we had the first agricultural conference at Hamisi Stadium. And that's where we showed the technology, how the technology works. And I remember we brought some of the renowned professors in this field. We even brought Professor Bukutsa, who was there, who showed how you can grow indigenous vegetables without using fertilizers or pesticides. So yes, we are going to expand to the rest of the county. And indeed, the program has already started under NAF-CDP. I said we have recruited 175 agripreneurs, young people, who we want to work at the ward level to bring this concept to the farmers.
According to Vihiga Governor Dr. Wilbur Tichilo, embracing agroecology practices will not only make Vihiga food secure, but also targets to attract global markets with its pure organic farm produce, a move that will foster the county's economic status.
There is a high demand, like European Union are now not willing to accept products, agricultural products, exported to their countries, which have not gone through a production system that embraces agro-ecological principles. So it is becoming, by nature of even the world market, it is now imperative that we have no choice but go back, because everybody is demanding organically grown crops.
Monoculture technique of farming and use of inorganic fertilizer are the most notable reasons contributing to agricultural production deficiency that not only leaves Vihiga residents hungry, but also are agroeconomical hazards that continuously pollute our ecosystem. This worrying scenario has left the wealthy rural county with no option but to import most of its farm produce to feed its ballooning population, a situation that bothers lead farmers that are already practicing pure organic farming.
The danger comes across in a way that with the continued using of artificial fertilizers, we all know our land has been overused. And you realize in our small parcels of land, we plant in maize and beans throughout the periods, year in, year out. The production does not improve at all, and yet our mouths have improved. Therefore, the danger that is just scaring us is about the food security. We don't have food.
It's due to these factors that the county government of Vihiga, through the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, has developed an agroecology policy that will realize the correlation of the environment and agriculture, hence utilization of organic agricultural practices.
After ignoring the nature-based agricultural farming, and this has led to.
So please get along well with us. Thank you very much. This is quite important. But let me talk about our JICA volunteer program. So we dispatch our volunteer. This is one of the key scheme for JICA, what we do. And then in Vihiga also we dispatch volunteers. In Shamahoho, that's Hamisi Sub-County Agriculture Office, and also Vihiga Sub-County Office, Agriculture Office, and then also Luanda Sub-County Agriculture Office, and then also Mhaya Hospital with Luanda Sub-County Medical Office of Health. And then here I see one of the volunteer there in Vihiga Sub-County. Just stand. Just stand quickly. She is Moeko Tanaka, one of the volunteer station in Vihiga Sub-County Agriculture Office. Thank you very much. Sit down. So especially talking about her, she is promoting upland rice, namely Nerika rice. But the challenging thing is, post-harvest. So she's together with the farmers struggling with how to get rice milling machine. I always telling our volunteer that implementation is one thing, but the operation and maintenance is another thing, very important. And then most of our JICA volunteer can engage in the implementation for this policy. But I need to tell our volunteer that operation and maintenance is very important, especially for the rice miller. The farmers would like to buy rice miller because they need to go to a hero without that one. So buying a rice miller is one thing, but how to maintain those machines is another thing. It's quite different. One of the farmer buying the rice miller and a group of the rice farmer buying the same machine. One farmer, if one farmer buys the rice miller, he is going to be the one who maintain everything, and then let other farmers to use it, and then can make a profit. But in case the group of farmer purchase the machine, so how to maintain? Because each member of the farmer has different level of the beneficiary. So sometimes I have experienced that to observe that farmers just making some kind of fight, because when it comes for they gaining the profit out of those things, how to distribute, how to divide the profit. So that's the difficult things. So our volunteer need to think about, need to talk to the farmers, need to think about the further future, not only implementing, not only introducing the apparent rice. So that's the one of the case. Otherwise, indigenous, vegetables. One of the volunteer in Empire Hospital. Where is the Empire Hospital? Ah, yes. Thank you very much for taking care of our volunteer. I appreciate that. So the volunteer in Empire Hospital is, just promoting the nutrition for the kid. She's the one who would always, together with the nurses and nutritionists, checking what kind of things the kids are eating, and then what kind of things kids need to eat. So besides that, also the volunteer has done research for the indigenous vegetable, and then promote those vegetable which is highly nutritious with the local aged mothers, and then had the event at the hospital that they cook the local vegetable, indigenous vegetable, together with those people, and then introduced to the young ladies who doesn't know how to cook. So that was quite a remarkable event, I suppose. So that's what we, JICA volunteer, is doing here. Otherwise, I'm also used to be a JICA volunteer in Philippines when I was a bit younger, I mean 20 years back. And then what I done is, organic rice farming. That was irrigated, but using the ducks for make them eat the insect and weeds, and make poo for the nitrogen, and I succeeded to produce the organic rice, and then I just promoted that organic rice to the restaurant, Japanese, Koreans, Philippines. And then the results came like this. That is good for using the organic rice for their guest or customer. But they say they need, rather than that, they need to have Japanese rice and the Korean rice. And then succeeded. And then finally had shopping more. So that's my good memory, anyway. So our JICA volunteer working together with the farmers and make the progress to co-creation. So our JICA volunteer to Vihiga, especially Vihiga, I suppose. since, you know, I had the group.
But they work also under an umbrella, so they organize themselves, and these are the only. Those objectives are the same.
I don't know what was the dance for. Usually in Africa, when you are going for a war, give you the energy. So I hope that dance was a war.
Then I'll also request her that.
The governor and all invited guests, good afternoon. Our sugar levels are very low, but we are almost there. The government has always made their policies very brief, that anybody who goes through them may understand in the simplest language. These, as we train and sensitize our own expertise, kindly let us also consider the people that we are going to work with on the ground, the common mwananchi. That we have seen the documentary that most of the farmers, workers that are doing their work and technology of farming, we were coming up with this. As we are doing this, let us also cluster. Remember that as we group the farmers together, some of them will go home zero, while others language they can understand. As we teach them about agroecology, understand it in the local language. But you come and use and you do a demo using the local youth for us to be food secure, back to the market, to food, old malt sectoral agency, and let us not forget the security part of it. We can do everything and leave the rest behind, but they will wait at our harvesting time for them to come and pick it. So every person must be involved, and let us not just narrow down to what we are getting from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have other government entities that have funds that can promote what we are doing. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity as we all stand up to re-energize ourselves to welcome our governor with the Nyayo claps. Let us make it clean for the Nyayo claps. One, tena, karibu, karibu. Let us clap until he's here. We just continue clapping. Tena, karibu, karibu.
This is indeed a special day for us in Vihiga. And I want to thank all of you who have come and attended this special occasion. You have been very patient. We have sat here for more than 3 hours. And all of you have been patient, listening. And this is an occasion also that has been very enlightening or very educative. I think we have learned a lot for the few hours you have been here. I want to thank all of you. Second, I want to take this opportunity on my own behalf and on the behalf of the executive and the people of Vihiga County to most sincerely thank all who are involved in the processes that culminated in the production of this very important policy that we are just about to launch. This is a policy on how we go about are enhanced in a seamless manner, and there was no waste, formulated by a team of very experienced people, and has brought all the stakeholders from university professors to the professors to, and therefore what remains, and specifically the moderator, you did an excellent job because it was done in a meticulous manner, and I want to thank, and even the what agroecology is and what it entails. So all of us who have been here, I'm sure if you have not person whom we have worked with for a long time, and I'm very excited to enhance them for the welfare of the people and the welfare of all the natural resources on which we depend. So I look and we'll make sure that all what you require in terms of support, we'll do it. And whatever you come out with, we'll be able to jointly, after we launch this policy, is to, I'm happy the policy have an implementation matrix which states what should be done and within what our national agroecology strategy, which we should implement agro principles in our production systems. So what we need now as we launch this is how we are going to implement this policy. I want to assure all our partners that we are ready to implement this policy, and as I'm talking, we are in the process of doing our budget for 2025-2026, and have directed the CEC here and the Chief Officer to ensure that we have funds to implement this project, this policy. So we said that this is a policy of, this is a government. Yes, this is a government policy, and it's our responsibility to implement it. And once it becomes a policy, then we can use this policy to spend government money on it. And as we implement this policy, I would want, with the help of our government partners, to go further and translate this policy into law. Because eventually we must have an act which prescribes in details
how we implement this law, this policy, and how everybody will be encouraged to embrace the policy in terms of principles. So it's in due course we are going to we'll start the process of formulating agro-ecology bill that specifies on how it should be done. And once you have a bill and a law, then it obligates everybody to follow or to follow that policies as a matter of practice. So that's something we are going to do. And we have a lot of experience. That. And where people don't follow, there are penalties, because a law is a law. Once it becomes a law, there are penalties that go by it or with it. So I would like to see to it that in the due course, we'll be able to come with the agro-ecology bill, which we shall push forward. Otherwise, I don't want to say much because a lot has been said, and mine is to thank all of you who have stood with us in the formulation of this policy. And I want, on behalf, to most sincerely and kindly request you to continue working with us. It's there. So we need to work together, but we will take the lead. We will take the lead, but we still need your support. And I believe in the next 2 to 3 years, Vihiga should be a model county on how to practice agro-ecological processes, policies and processes. So this, I believe, it can be done. But as you have heard, we all need to work together. We cannot leave anybody behind. We have to work together. And so in our effort to implement this policy, we must work together. Must be with us. And I'm very happy already our youth have what it takes to implement this policy. We have an ongoing project, NAV CDP, which is World Bank funded project, which has the same objectives. So we can leverage on that project plus others under NORAD funding or NORAD support is also ongoing. And it's also based on the same agroecology principles. So we already have partners on the ground who are supporting us. And with the partners we have, I don't see us failing. I see us moving forward. So let us be together. Let us work together. Our structure on the ground enhanced. We have enough extension. We have employed enough agripreneurs who are. We have the structure and the people who are well trained. What we just need is now to ensure that we move forward and do what is required. And finally, I believe we will create a movement. And that's what we are looking for. We will create a movement which now will now move and start penetrating other counties, and everybody will join that movement. So with those many remarks, let me end there. And now I'm ready to officially launch this very important policy for us.
Many thanks, Your Excellency. I kindly request that our enforcement help us just move over here, where His Excellency will be flanked by our guests, partners, to cut the ribbon. The governor. Come around the county commissioner, please. I request that you'll help us in implementing this, Madam, kindly.
Count of 5.
All right, in the count of 5. 5, 4. Vihiga now has county agro-ecology policy.